And I can see you're all enjoying yourself, but good morning, everyone. Let me welcome all of you that have signed up for this conference, the Conference on Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement. That's what this conference is about. And this is the fourth annual conference that's been put on by the Civilian Oversight Commission for the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. I'm Rob Bonner. I'm the chair of the Civilian Oversight Commission for the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. And I will tell you that during this conference, you will hear experts in policy, law enforcement, community advocacy, and of course, oversight of law enforcement. You can find the bios of all of our speakers and panelists in the conference program. We have a good program for all of those who are interested in making civilian oversight of law enforcement agencies, and I'm talking about police and sheriff's departments here in California, to all those interested in making oversight more effective and better able to meet public expectations for true and meaningful oversight. In the space of only a decade, if you think about it, civilian oversight of law enforcement has gone from being a relatively rare to now something that is fairly common, particularly with respect to the larger police and sheriff's departments in our state and in our country. In the space, in that space of only a decade, we've seen that, well, I guess let me go back to the conference we attended not very long ago, the NACOL conference, which was over in Tucson, Arizona. And we saw that, you know, one thing we can say is that all oversight bodies, all oversight commissions have a common purpose to promote reform and greater transparency, and to be able to hear the concerns of the public and the community. But as I was reminded at that NACOL conference, no two oversight commissions or boards are identical in terms of their duties and authorities. Some, like ours, the Civilian Oversight Commission for the LA County Sheriff's Department, have been more focused on reforms of studying and recommending policy and procedural changes, while others have been more focused on taking a look at individual citizen complaints and assuring, or at least trying to assure, that those complaints are taken seriously and adequately investigated by the law enforcement agency, and where warranted, that discipline is imposed by that law enforcement agency. Some have independent subpoena power, like our commission, which was granted that subpoena power in 2020 through a voter initiative called Measure R. Some do not have this power. Some are able to access and review confidential information relating to the conduct of law enforcement officers, which is absolutely necessary, by the way, for oversight to be effective. Some, like ours, like our commission, have been unable to do so, unable to access confidential information, not because the sheriff of LA County, at least the current sheriff, is unwilling, but because he has not been cleared to do so by the Los Angeles County Council. In essence, the sheriff believes that he might be violating state law in absence of a legal opinion from county council that he may provide such access. We believe the law is clear that he can, but he needs clearance from the county council, the lawyers for the county. To be clear, our commission's inability to do such things as review death review reports of people who have died in custody, to review force review reports, to review closed investigations involving allegations of out-of-policy use of force and participation in deputy gangs or deputy cliques. Our inability to do that has severely hobbled our commission's ability to provide effective oversight over the sheriff's department that we have been charged with overseeing. It is the worst of all possible worlds, as far as I'm concerned. We're being charged with doing something, but denied the tools to do it. At this conference, we will discuss the differences and the commonalities of civilian oversight commissions in California And we'll also drill down on how to overcome legal obstacles or purported legal obstacles that are preventing true civilian oversight, the type that can and will help restore public trust in the in law enforcement agencies, and also serve to improve their professionalism and interactions with the public. One member of the public, this is a few years ago, but one member of the public that was addressing our commission said it, I think, almost perfectly. He said that our job, the job of civilian oversight, is building trust through reform. Let me now call upon our first speaker before we go to the panel, John Sweeney, for some opening remarks before we move to our first panel or session. Let me say that John Sweeney, for those that you do not know John, is one of the most prominent civil rights lawyers in the Los Angeles area, and who, through civil lawsuits, has helped expose the existence and the impact of exclusionary tattooed members of deputy gangs who have operated in the LA County Sheriff's Department. So with that very brief introduction, John, let me call on you to make some remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Judge Bonner. And to those of you who are from other parts of the state, welcome to Los Angeles, to this beautiful conference facility. And thank you to the Sheriff's Oversight Commission for putting on this conference. It is vitally important that we bring to life your mission statement. That is, working to facilitate public transparency and accountability with respect to the Sheriff's Department. And likewise, for those commissioners that I met this morning from around the state, the same applies to all law enforcement agencies throughout the state. We need the same accountability. Now, my mentor, the great trial lawyer, Johnny Cochran, I tried many cases with him, always stated that the most powerful person in the entire criminal justice system is the cop on the beat. Armed with a badge and gun, and more importantly, the color of authority, he or she has the obvious power to immediately change a life. That is a powerful person. You are very powerful people when you're doing your job and you're armed with those tools. And there needs to be checks and balances on that power. Going way back to the founding of our country, as you recall, maybe from high school civics or college civics, that there was a series of essays called the Federalist Papers that were published as an encouragement for the public to adopt our Constitution. And James Madison, they were written anonymously, but we found out who they were. In Federalist Paper number 51, James Madison said, quote, "It may be a reflection on human nature that checks and balances should be necessary to control the abuses of the government." Now, of course, he was talking about the three co-equal branches of government having the same amount of power, the judicial, legislative, and executive branches. But here, because police officers and sheriffs and throughout the state of California wield so much power, the same concept is applicable, that is, checks and balances. That's why it's so important, your work, commissioners throughout the state of California who oversee this tremendous wielding of power. I was called before this commission, I believe it was in 2021, to talk about a series of wrongful death cases that where I uncovered the existence of this gang within the Compton Sheriff Station. And I commend the commission for taking up the mantle from me and really doing something about it. I commend Sean Kennedy, who wrote just a great white paper on the history of gangs within the Sheriff's Department, and which eventually led the California Assembly to pass Assembly Bill number 958 that gives police departments the power and the right to eliminate gangs within law enforcement that might undermine the professional standards of policing. And as we know, 99.9% of you deputy sheriffs and police officers from throughout the state are good, decent, hardworking people. But every now and then, there needs to be reins pulled in, and there needs to be oversight. I commend Sheriff Luna for making policy the elimination of gangs within the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. I fought a 20-year battle for this moment, and I am pleased that this commission joined me in bringing that change about. The future of policing. I grew up in Los Angeles. I'm now 70, I'll be 73 on Monday. And I know the history of both LAPD and the Sheriff's Department, and I always had good relationships with those law enforcement agencies. And I believe that community policing programs which promote public safety and community engagement are vitally, vitally important. Programs such as neighborhood watch programs, which every police department, I'm sure throughout the state has, because as we know, police officers, just not enough of you to watch things all the time. It's usually police get involved as a reaction when crime has been committed, but it's the citizens that need to, when they see something, to say something. So that's vitally important. Neighborhood watch programs, police community collaboratives, which bring the two bodies together, are very, very important. Of course, police youth programs foster positive relationships, and I'm one of the benefits of police athletic leagues and things like that. What it does, it builds trust, because once these kids grow up and become teenagers, there starts to be a distrust between law enforcement and the community. So if you get them young, get them involved in programs, that trust builds up. And it provides mentoring for youth also, and it breaks down barriers. Improvements in police community relationships start with dialogue. Dialogue like we're having here is vitally important. So thank you so much to the commission for providing this forum, for this dialogue, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, John, so much for your remarks. Now let me call on Charmaine Mosley, the Executive Director for the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department's Oversight Commission, who will introduce and moderate the first panel, which is titled Different Oversight Models in California. Charmaine.
Thank you, Chair Bonner and John Sweeney. Thank you, everyone, for joining us this morning. It is so good to see everyone, especially now that we know that it's a holiday weekend, right? So thank you so much. It also shows that, you know, how important civilian oversight of law enforcement is. Before I begin, I want to thank my awesome staff for coordinating this conference along with our community partners. So COC staff, please stand up so everyone can see you. Also, a warm thank you to our commissioners that are appointed to the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Civilian Oversight Commission. Commissioners, please stand up also so everyone can see who you are. Thank you so much for your dedication, time, and commitment to civilian oversight of LASD. So let me just go back and say who I am. My name is Charmaine Mosley, and I'm the Executive Director of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Civilian Oversight Commission. I've been involved with civilian oversight of law enforcement for over 2 decades. And before we begin our panel discussions, I felt that it was important to begin this conference with an introduction to civilian oversight of law enforcement. Asking those questions as to what is civilian oversight of law enforcement, what are the 13 principles of civilian oversight of law enforcement that has been adopted by NACOL, which is the National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement. And do we have effective civilian oversight here in LA County? So our presenter on this topic will be Cami McInerney. She has also been involved in this work for over 2 decades. She actually became involved in 1998, where she served on the Citizens Police Complaint Board over in Indianapolis for 6 years. She then became involved with the National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement, known as NACOL, as a member, and then in various roles before becoming NACOL's first executive director a few years ago. Cami's bio is in the program, so if y'all want to go ahead and check that out, that'll be great. And also, Cami, thanks for joining us virtually. You may begin. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that introduction, and thank you, Director Mosley, and the entire Civilian Oversight Commission in LA County for having me today. As Charmaine mentioned, I've been asked to kind of give a foundation of civilian oversight on which the rest of the day can be built. And so we're going to start with some basics and talk a little bit about civilian oversight of law enforcement as it exists in California. And also, as Charmaine alluded to, talk a little bit about the principles for effective practices. So if you could go to the first slide for me. So I want to start a little bit with the very basics and talk a little bit about the models of civilian oversight. So civilian oversight exists in several different ways. If we're talking about the 3 basic models of civilian oversight, we have review, investigative, and monitor auditor models. So the review model very much is exactly what it alludes to. It's community review of investigations, which help increase public trust in the process. It's often volunteer board members or commissioners who are authorized to review completed internal investigations, agree, disagree with the findings, and then also often, and more often than not now, be able to discuss some of the policies at hand in those complaints and investigations that they review. The investigative model requires, it definitely is a step above the review model, several steps, where independent investigations are done by full-time civilian investigators who have highly specialized training. Sometimes those are civilian investigators. Some of them come from a law enforcement background, but in any case, they are all highly trained in the work. A lot of times we see that civilian-led investigations increase community trust in the process itself. And so they are often found in, particularly when they have a specific investigative model, we see those often happen in larger cities. They tend to be bigger models. However, when we talk about the hybrid models in just a moment, we'll find that often we're seeing an investigative component worked into other types of models. Next, we have the monitor and auditor model. And so these allow agencies to actively engage in many or all of the steps of the complaint process, receiving complaints, monitoring the investigation of complaints, and also having a part in the review. They're also able to audit different components of the law enforcement agency, whether that be the complaint process itself, disciplinary processes. Sometimes they look at policies and procedures, training practices, supervisory practices, and make recommendations on all of those areas. I think one of the ways it's easiest to really think about the monitor auditor model is that it really is able to look at a law enforcement agency and look at its systemic issues and things that they can recommend to make changes for the better within the law enforcement agency itself. In addition to that, we also have the hybrid model. And so, to be honest, more and more of the agencies that we see coming online are some kind of hybrid. And we really find two different hybrids. The first one is the hybrid agency, and that's where you see some of these models working in tandem within one agency. Like a great example of a hybrid agency in California is Berkeley, where they're able to do some investigations. They also have a board, but all of that is kind of happening within one model. Another example is the hybrid system, where you have different hybrid or different oversight agencies within one jurisdiction who are fulfilling different components of oversight. LA County is an excellent example of a hybrid system where you have the Office of the Inspector General, who is working in its sphere, and then you also have the Civilian Oversight Commission, who's working in its sphere. So we do see hybrid systems throughout the United States in several locations throughout California. And we also find them often in bigger cities where there tends to be the ability, in addition to the need for different oversight agencies performing different functions within the process. Next slide, please. If you could click one more time for me. Okay, so looking at the approach of civilian oversight agencies, I want to start first with reactive versus proactive. So I think this is really important to understand approaches in oversight, because there will always be a need for a reactive approach. And when I'm talking about reactive, I mean, we're talking about where you have to essentially wait for something to happen. When you need the complaint or incident to occur to initiate an investigation, whether internal or external, where you need to wait to review and determine whether or not there's a need for policy, procedure, training, or supervisory recommendations to be made. On the other hand, we have proactive, and proactive is a very important part of the overall civilian oversight practice. It's where, and I kind of alluded to this when we were talking about the auditor monitor approach or model, where you are able to really look at things systemically, look at changes that benefits both the community and the agency that serves them in a way that then makes change in a way that can sometimes alleviate or stop issues from occurring beforehand. It really is about making widespread change to affect law enforcement in a positive manner. If you could click one more time for me. I also want to touch on municipal versus county. This is really important in California. In California, you have the benefit that very few other states enjoy. And I mean, really very few states enjoy. And that is the ability to have oversight at both the county and municipal levels. While some of the oversight at the county level existed prior to AB 1185, we're talking about LA County, Sacramento, San Diego, Sonoma, San Francisco. The passage of AB 1185 and how it changed your government code has really opened up the possibility for oversight of sheriff's offices and jails in a way that we haven't seen. And some great examples, one of the newest oversight entities to enter California just happened officially this week in Marin County, but we also see it in Alameda is working its way towards it, and San Mateo has also passed an ordinance recently. If you could click one more time for me, please. So I also want to talk about perception versus reality, which is an incredibly important part of civilian oversight. When we're working with civilian oversight entities, the conversation often veers to whether or not clear expectations are being set with stakeholders. First, it's important to note that if an oversight agency isn't out there setting expectations, someone else is, whether that's a law enforcement agency, members of the community. So it is really important that oversight agencies are out there kind of laying the groundwork to let people understand what it is that they do, what it is they cannot do, and what it is that they're hoping to achieve. When those perceptions are out there, if they're not correct, then that does nothing but to really harm the oversight entity and its work and its effectiveness. In the long run, it's important to let people know what you can and cannot do. And I'll also discuss this a little bit more in a moment when we're talking about the principles of oversight and how those principles interact with how stakeholders are approached and how we look at their priorities and concerns. Next slide, please. If you could go to the next slide, please. Perfect, thank you. So next, I want to talk a little bit about the guiding principles of civilian oversight. The establishment of the 13 principles was not wholly developed by NACOL. We have plenty of academics and oversight practitioners over the years who've contributed to bits and pieces of these guiding principles. So academics like Sam Walker, oversight practitioners like Richard Rosenthal, Barbara Tard, Catherine Olson, Brian Buckner have all over the years put together reports about different principles. So NACOL's taken those and added a few others to come up with really what we see as the guiding principles for effective practices in civilian oversight. It's important to note that many of these really exist on a sliding scale, and they do so because of things like existing state statutes, collective bargaining agreements, and basic political will. Although all of these play an important role, I'm going to just kind of go over a few of them for the sake of time. We could spend a day probably talking about all of the principles and the effective practices that they relate to, but if we could go to the next slide, I'll just jump into a few of them. So first, I want to talk about independence, and it is the first principle, and there's a reason why it's number one. It really is an important piece when we're talking about civilian oversight of law enforcement, and it really harkens back to the complete absence of real or perceived influence from stakeholders, such as law enforcement, political actors, special interests. And I think it's important to note that independence is about, in this case, a lot about influence. Because civilian oversight exists within government structures, it is very hard to be a completely independent piece. But making sure that there is a lack of influence from those outside actors is really important. I think it's also important that we talk about civilian oversight and its independence in the different types of independence that exist. So there's structural independence, and it means that the civilian oversight agency is clearly and distinctly separate administratively, organizationally, from the overseen law enforcement agency. And also that the civilian oversight agency is not obligated to report to political bodies that are inextricably related to the law enforcement organization. There's also political independence, and this refers to the extent to which political actors can influence or affect the operations of the oversight entity. This might refer to whether civilian oversight is established by municipal ordinance, charter, executive order, county ordinance, whether it is represented by the jurisdiction's law department or its own independent legal counsel, It can also refer to the ways in which political actors can influence the staffing and composition of the civilian oversight by retaining things like authority over hiring, appointment, and removal processes. So those are all things to consider. And lastly, I think it's important to talk about operational or procedural independence. And even where oversight is structurally or politically independent, and largely kind of insulated from those influences associated with those two, an oversight agency that lacks control over its oversight operations may be weakened and found to be able to be less effective in its work. Next slide, please. I wanted to bring up this principle because it is, as Judge Bonner was talking about in his opening remarks, access to information and facilities is really important in civilian oversight. Oversight entities are given mandates that require that they actually have information to carry out those mandates. And while there might be issues with civilian volunteer board members getting access to all information, a lot of times state statutes, bargaining agreements really kind of talk about who and what can have access. There are ways to get access to information, and it is particularly when we're talking about people who are working in civilian oversight who should have few, if no, impediments to that information. One of the things that we find to be really helpful in this area and very important from the get-go is to work on the establishment of operational agreements, memorandums of understanding very early on so that the access to information does not become an impediment to the process later on. Whenever we come across an agency who doesn't have those in process, we like to work with them to kind of move through that process so they can really get to the work and carry out their mandates. Next slide, please. So to round out the principles I'm going to talk about today, the community outreach and community involvement are actually two different principles, but we often talk about them in tandem. And the reason I'm bringing them up today is just because it is such an important part of the overall oversight process. I always talk about these two pieces as really one of civilian oversight's superpowers, the ability to have this type of relationship with community not only builds trust, it helps to solve problems, and it definitely helps to create a law enforcement agency that reflects the values of the community it serves. So I often refer to these two principles as the output and input of civilian oversight. It's important that your stakeholders are aware of your existence, to set expectations, as I talked about earlier, and to know, they need to know what you're doing, what you have accomplished, what you see as the areas that need improvement. And I also think it's really important as a baseline to make sure that the transparency of an agency is matching the transparency that you're wanting to see from the law enforcement agency being overseen. With that said, there also needs to be this input. There needs to be access points for input from stakeholders to make sure that you're doing the work that takes into consideration the issues faced, that oversight is practiced in a trauma-informed manner, and that it allows people, regardless of the stakeholder group that they might fall into, to be heard. We often talk about communication being 20% talking and 80% listening. And so the piece about community involvement really needs to also be a very large portion of the work that's being done so that people are heard and that what you hear from them becomes a part of the work that's being done. Next slide, please. And so lastly, I always like to finish, particularly when we're doing a very short condensed version of what we're talking about today. I like to talk about the benefits of civilian oversight. Unfortunately, civilian oversight, because it has developed in a very decentralized manner, people collect information and data differently throughout the country. As Judge Bonner mentioned earlier, we have about 250 civilian oversight agencies across the country doing civilian oversight in slightly 250 different ways. And so that has made it very difficult to talk about proof of civilian oversight's efficacy. However, by working with civilian oversight practitioners across the country, we really have been able to look at what practices are effective. And we're also able to look at and see what some of the benefits that all of these agencies across the country are seeing because of their work. So I think the one that we hear about the most is really about building trust with the community. And we can break that down into, again, talking about civilian oversight superpower. There really is no better positioned entity to bridge the gap between community and law enforcement. And so civilian oversight, when done well, really brings about better communication. It often, because it's bringing about better communication and better increased trust between community and law enforcement, we also tend to see better investigative outcomes. And by that, I mean, you have a community that's more willing to work with law enforcement to help with investigative processes, to help closure rates, things of that nature. It also, as a result of this, really brings about a collaborative environment where community and law enforcement are more apt to come up with solutions together to better the community as a whole. The other part that I like to talk about when we're discussing benefits is also oversight tends to bring about fair and consistent practices within law enforcement. By doing things such as monitoring investigations, making sure that they're done consistently and in accordance with best practices, making sure that fair and consistent application of discipline is occurring, and then also making sure that policies and procedures are consistent and the best that they can be, not only for community, but also for the law enforcement and members of law enforcement. So those are just a few of the benefits of civilian oversight and a very short presentation, which I hope will be helpful as you move on to the panels throughout the day. But again, thank you for allowing me to be here with you today. I'm very excited about the turnout that you've had and the interest in the work that the Civilian Oversight Commission is doing and other entities throughout the state of California. So thank you again for having me. And I'm if there is time for questions, I'm happy to answer any that you might have.
Thank you, Cammie.
Thank you, Charmaine.
Joining us. That was a great presentation done in like 20 minutes, so I really appreciate it. It takes a lot longer to do that presentation. By a show of hands, who learned something new about civilian oversight today? Excellent, excellent. So it really takes time to understand what exactly civilian oversight is and all of the moving pieces. You know, when it comes to also volunteer commissioners and board members, it takes them at least a year to understand complaint process and how to navigate internal systems within law enforcement. So with that said, I'm going to make sure that we take a 5-minute break to stretch, and then we'll resume, starting with the first panel. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Charmaine.
Okay. So this session, we're going to focus on different civilian oversight models here in California. We are excited Well, I'm excited to have a panel of experts in civilian oversight of law enforcement to share their knowledge and experience when it comes to their oversight models. I think between Cammie, myself, Paul Henderson, Paul Parker, and John Alden, we have at least over 80 years of experience combined doing this work. So yes, I'm excited that these individuals are here. They traveled from their cities and counties. Um, Also, the icing on the cake as far as some of our panelists is they had other roles in civilian oversight, like John Alden. He also served in Oakland, and Paul Parker also served with the city of San Diego's county, and now he's in the position that I held previously in the city of San Diego. So that's really, really good because, especially for this panel discussion. So before we begin, on everyone's table, there should be index cards. Please write down any important questions that you might have, and we'll try to get to as many of those questions as possible at the end of this panel discussion. There is a slide, I know in your program, there's Florence Yu is mentioned. There's been a slight change with the swearing in of the new chief of police for LAPD. She cannot be here today, so everyone is at that event as well. So that's the only brief change that we have, or minor change that we have to the panel. I'm going to ask my panelists to introduce themselves very briefly. I know we have two attorneys on the panel, so please try to keep it as brief as possible. I'll start with Paul Henderson.
Okay, watch how brief I could be. So I'm one of the lawyers. That's a precursor and a warning. So I am the executive director for the Department of Police Accountability in San Francisco. I'm happy and eager to be here.
My name's John Alden. I am the director of ILARO, which is a sheriff oversight program in Sonoma County, California.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Paul Parker. I'm currently the executive director for the City of San Diego's Commission on Police Practices. I was previously the executive officer for the County of San Diego's Citizen Law Enforcement Review Board, and then have about 25 years of experience as a medical legal death investigator, having actually worked here in LA County as a chief deputy at the medical examiner's office here for a couple of years. Good morning.
So thank you all for traveling here today. It's good to see you all again after, especially I saw all of you at the NACOL conference a few weeks ago. I am new to LA County's civilian oversight, so it's important to note that I'm still learning and trying to navigate my way throughout the city and the county. I began my career in oversight in Albany, New York, and I put an emphasis on New York. When that board was first created back in 2000. I then ended up leading the board for several years until I was appointed by the city of San Diego to manage its board. And then I was appointed as the interim commission, executive director for that new commission for almost 9 years. So I've been actively involved with NACOL for a very long time. LA's oversight involves the Sheriff's Civilian Oversight Commission, as well as the Inspector General, the Civil Brand Commission, and also the Probation Oversight Commission. So we have all of these small commissions that's in place. Each of the commissions and Inspector General have their mandates per ordinances that establish them. And we will hear more about LA County Sheriff's Civilian Oversight Commission in the next session, which will be the legal perspective session. So let's start our questions. So I'm going to start with, can you briefly describe, and I'm going to ask this for all of the panelists, to briefly describe the civilian oversight model your city or county established, its structure, as well as the authorities and mandates. Paul Henderson, please.
Sure. So our agency started in 1982. We have been around for a long time, and we've been through several iterations where the voters went. We started off with an initial legislation that was passed, giving us authority to do independent investigations. And so that's the core of our agency and the work that we do there. And then in 2016, officials put it back on the ballot and expanded the jurisdiction for the agency to include mandatory participation in things like officer-involved shootings. Before it was it was led by folks who had to file a complaint in order to open an investigation. But if a complaint didn't come in, then an investigation didn't happen. So we expanded the authority in 2016, and the agency covers independent investigations. We do policy work and policy recommendations that we make to a commission. There's a police commission actually right before the expansion of jurisdiction, a role was carved out. So the executive director for my agency sits on the dais for the police commission, but we don't get to vote. It basically just means that we get yelled at, but we don't get to decide the things during the meetings that are there. We also do, after 2016, audits. That was a really important and powerful tool that was added to the agency to conduct audits on law enforcement. And so we continue to do that. We also have a mediation division where we mediate mostly policy issues between the community and law enforcement for issues that aren't part of it's outside of the discipline track, but part of the discipline track. And the other thing that we have is a division for outreach, where we are expanding our role, connecting to specifically disenfranchised communities, or communities that we haven't heard from, that we know are impacted by the work that goes on in the region. And that means we do a lot of referrals to other agencies. Surprisingly, we get a lot of calls about folks that don't involve the police department, like CHP or ICE or DEA. And so we're constantly making referrals, but we're also reaching out to disenfranchised communities like the LGBT community, the trans community, immigration communities, communities of color, to make sure that they know the work that we're doing, monolingual communities, to make sure that we know and do the work. And so it's an adventure. But those are the basics of what we do. We're in San Francisco, obviously. The recent expansion is that we have a symbiotic relationship that is a part of the agency working with sheriff oversight as well. So it's police and sheriff, and that's a more recent thing. Within the past 5 or 6 years, we incorporated that work. That initiative was formalized on the ballot recently to hire and cultivate an inspector general. And we have an inspector general in San Francisco that's responsible for all of the work with the sheriff's office. But before that legislation took place, we had MOUs. It's very complicated politically in San Francisco. So we have a series of MOUs and letters of understandings with our elected sheriff's office to do that work as well. That's basically our model in San Francisco.
So let me just do a follow-up question.
Sure.
As far as access to confidential information, what does that look like with your the sheriff?
You jumped right on in, didn't
Yes,
you?
I don't play.
Oh, it's easy. I just let them know that we're with civilian oversight, and then they say, whatever you want, you have access to. That was a joke. Just making sure you're paying attention. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that is literally the core, and certainly it's in the charter, and certainly it's in some of the legislation, but there are many fights about how that gets interpreted and how it gets executed in terms of how we get access, when we get access, and what we get access to. And that covers everything, because just because you've resolved it with police reports doesn't mean you get it for body-worn cameras, which doesn't mean that you get it for views of cameras inside the jails, which doesn't mean that you get it for CAD calls or, I mean, you know what I mean? It's a fight that gets litigated and argued about in every single case all the time. You know, there are a number of workarounds and things that we've tried to do to get official positions about things, not just with the department. Some of the best things that we've done, and part of the reasons why we went beyond just the things that were voted on in the city and county from the voters, were the MOUs and the letters of understandings, using those as negotiated outlines for what the department would agree ahead of time, what they would give us and how they would give it to us, I think are really important conversations and tools that I would encourage you to use and develop in your own jurisdictions. All of mine are publicly available. I made sure right before I got on the plane to make sure that anybody wanted to see specifically the letters of understandings and the memorandums of understandings that we have signed and cultivated. There are no less than 4 specifically with our elected sheriff. I think are really helpful guidelines so the wheel doesn't have to be reinvented. But the basis of those MOUs and letters of understandings are clarity and understanding. When the department makes a decision about what they want to happen, we try to codify that in terms of how we can help, assist, promote, and partner with that same work by sharing information and resources. And we want to try and make sure that we don't go backwards and keep having the same conversation every single time. And so that's a complicated question about access, but I'm sure everyone else on the panel has no problems with access to information.
Wait,
Just
because
me.
I have one follow-up question for you, and then I'm going to
Yeah.
turn it over to John. So what is your process for how do you get that access to confidential information? Do y'all use like a certain system that that they upload the information to, or do y'all go into the sheriff's department? What does that look like?
So you just want to rip
I'm
the ugly
sorry,
covers
Paul.
off on all the ugly, bad, complicated things. It's evolved over time. I will say when I first came to the office, we were using, what was that system? Reload us, no. AIM. The AIM system, you're all looking confused. That's because the AIM system predated Lotus Notes. And we couldn't even get Microsoft Word on our systems because the systems couldn't handle it. It was really complicated. Things were going literally back and forth every day through the mail and drop-offs back and forth in printed hard copies. And I'm not kidding, my entire admin team was admin typists. So everyone had a typewriter on their desk, not kidding. And they would type the information, type on paper with like whiteout. Remember that? And every day. Yeah.
Can I just add?
John was there.
I used to work with Paul during this period. And
Oh, I
in
forgot.
2016, the city of San Francisco was still using standalone PCs on Windows 2000. And they did not have a centralized network of any kind for any databases throughout the entire city, despite being right next to Silicon Valley.
So I don't care how bad you think you have it in your jurisdiction.
Yeah.
Trust me when I tell you that in the heart of San Francisco, I remember John and I had been friends before. And when I came, I was like, what are you doing? He can tell you it was his fault. We had a lot of work to do, but that's where we started. So the initial first step, and they still to this day call it the Henderson Report, was me electronically codifying all of our open cases of what we have and sharing that with the department every day, right? So let me take the first step and helping to make sure that we're sharing information correctly and adequately, so there's no ambiguity as to what our cases are, what we have investigations for, and what we're doing. And then what can you offer for us? Let's start taking these steps to make sure that you are doing something, and let's get that in writing so there's no ambiguity. I know it's just in San Francisco and none of you have this problem, but sometimes we would make an agreement and that agreement would rest with one individual person. And then 6 months later, they would move that person. And then guess what? There's no more agreement anymore. And no one could make a decision. No one could share information. So we learned very early on, let's start codifying the information about how do we elevate these efficiencies so that we don't have to keep reinventing the wheel for every step forward that we take. And making sure that that got elevated into these letters of understandings and memorandums of understanding about what could be shared, when it could be shared, and how it could be shared. I will say those were not easy steps. Those were all steps that had to be followed up with you find the smartest person in your agency that can write these memos to justify what information you should have access to and why. And then you have that person share those memos as you make these suggestions with both your elected officials and the people that are in charge of sharing that information. And that's the advice that I would give in terms of addressing it, because it is different in every county, every jurisdiction, every issue that you think you need. And it's not one fell swoop of like, I just want the body-worn cameras. I want access to CLETs. I want to see your investigations. I want to be able to go back and forth and see what internal affairs is doing. I want to see the results of internal affairs. I want to see the analysis, the measurements. You know what I mean? I could go on and on about what the list of things that are helpful to the work that we're doing. I would say having that plan, and I had a plan when I first came in on a whiteboard of all the things that I thought that we needed. And so that we could have group conversations and share information back and forth and make sure that those agreements translated into conversations with law enforcement. So it didn't feel like we have to fight about every single thing. What do you think is important? How can we help share information back and forth with each other so that we can both do our jobs more effectively? How can we both do our jobs more efficiently? And how can we add a level of transparency to this? Because this was before Prop 1421, or before we had 1421 and SB2, which changed a lot of things as well. But getting ready for that was a big factor. Now that you have those tools, how can you leverage those efficiencies and access information that you both need? I think are real key components to moving forward and learning from a forum like this, where you get to see and hear what were the mistakes? How did you survive? What did you do to evolve and come up with good solutions? And how can we replicate that?
You know, I wish I had more time on this panel so I can pick your all brains. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a mini virtual conference, hopefully in January or February, and invite other civilian oversight models to that conference, and also, you know, probably welcome y'all back. So thank you for sharing that information, Mr. Henderson. I'm going to turn it over to John. The same question as far as what your oversight model looks like. If you could
Sure.
provide.
So let me set the stage just a little bit, because our model is based largely on the demands of our community. And I think that is an experience that many oversight practitioners have, and many of you in community or who are in law enforcement are looking at creating or modifying some kind of civilian oversight in your community. I think it's important to understand that each of these models are different, in part because they're adapting to local demands. So Sonoma County is a small to medium-sized county by California standards, tiny compared to Los Angeles County. We have one jail. It's usually got an average daily population of 740 people. There's about 500 sworn members of the sheriff's department, roughly half in custody and half in patrol. For those of you in the sheriff's department here, you might be intrigued to know that in Sonoma County, that's two different job classifications. One either works in the jail for a career or works in patrol as a career, and you don't switch back and forth. I don't know that everybody does that, but that's how Sonoma County works. The population of Sonoma County is about 500,000. Most of those people live in incorporated cities, mostly Santa Rosa, Petaluma, Cotati. A few of those towns use the sheriff's office for patrol on a contract basis, and the sheriff also provides patrol in the unincorporated areas. The population of Sonoma County is about 1/3 to 40% Latino, and of that population, roughly half have very limited English proficiency, and even some within that community have very limited Spanish proficiency and speak an indigenous language from somewhere in Central America as a first language, Spanish as a second language, and maybe a little bit of English as a third language. So there's a significant language access issue. In 2013, in an unincorporated part of the county just outside the city of Santa Rosa, Sorry, this story always bothers me. There was a young boy who was about 13 who was walking down the street, and he had a toy BB gun that he was returning to a friend. It looked almost exactly like an AK-47. It was designed to look that way. It originally had an orange tip that someone had removed, apparently, because that didn't look cool. So as he was returning this to his friend, someone else in the community saw him walking down the street and called that in as an actual person with an actual AK-47, which had been known to happen in this particular part of town, where there had been a lot of gang violence and a lot of firearms. So sheriff's deputies pulled up. They bail out of the car, take cover behind their doors, pull their weapons, tell the boy to turn around and drop the weapon. As he turns without dropping the weapon, they fire. He dies at the scene. So as you can imagine, this created a rift in the community. On the one hand, folks in law enforcement felt unfairly vilified because the facts of the case were such that they didn't see how their deputies could have done much else. The fact that they perceived danger in that situation makes a lot of sense when you consider the context of what they knew. But then on the other hand, in the community in Sonoma County, but particularly the Latino community, there had been a long simmering sense of distrust with the sheriff's department. And so from that perspective, this was the unjustified killing of a boy with a toy gun. And so the communication between the two communities was intense and negative. So for a couple of years after that, Sonoma County went through a process of trying to figure out how they could create a better relationship between law enforcement and community. And the conclusion, through a task force called the Kaye Task Force and work at the Board of Supervisors at the county level, was to create a civilian oversight system with two main prongs. One was an investigative branch, which I now had, which they decided to call ILRO, the Independent Office of Law Enforcement Review and Outreach. That might not have been the best part of the solution, but on the other hand, the idea was to create an auditing model, because in the aftermath of the death of Andy Lopez, communication between the county as a whole and the community about the process by which that incident was assessed was very poor. The communication was very closed. To the extent that anybody found out anything about what had happened, it only came out in the course of a civil case. So little bit by little bit by little bit, little details came out, and they were not explained or contextualized at all. So as an example, when people finally saw the interview of the deputy that the two deputies who had fired, they did not understand why it was appropriate for the interviewer from another police agency to say at the very beginning of the interview, "You're clearly not a suspect here, you're a victim, and I'd like to find out, from your perspective as a victim, what happened to you." Right? Now, for some people in law enforcement, you might understand why that conversation goes that way, but for people in the community, that just added fuel to the fire. So the lack of procedural justice that was perceived in that case, and the inability of the county to communicate better about how it assessed a case like that, really pushed the community to demand an auditor oversight model. So what we do at ILRO still to this day is double check the work of internal affairs. We have access to the same system that IA uses to track their cases, so I can log into that in the same way that the lieutenant of internal affairs does. And as cases are completed there, we double check them for completeness and to see if we agree or disagree with the findings that are made there. To some extent, we can make a little bit of that public. In the years since the creation of our model, state law has changed such that cases like the shooting of Andy Lopez can be almost entirely public. Those interviews and body-worn camera video and the like can now be shared with the public pretty promptly. The second prong of the model is a civilian oversight council or commission. We call it the Community Advisory Council, and their purpose is to create conversation between the sheriff's department and community about key policy issues. They do not have the ability to look at individual cases in the way some other commissions do, like the San Francisco Police Commission, for example, has a very specific role in actually making disciplinary decisions in cases. Our CAC or Community Advisory Council doesn't do that. They do have the ability to give to the sheriff recommendations about policy. And our current sheriff is, I think, very good about making people in the sheriff's department available to the COC to have those conversations in a public forum and explain, why and how the processes work. So, for example, we've had a lot of concern over the last few years about how our jail communicates with ICE. When someone in custody also has a challenge or a problem with ICE, and perhaps ICE, would like to have them in ICE's custody at some point because of an immigration issue. There's now a specific process in state law that dictates how and why that happens. And our sheriff's office has a process for making sure they comply with those rules. And so one of the things we did this year was put together a town hall where we had folks from community and folks from the detention side of the sheriff's office come and talk about those policies and how they work, and actually provide some examples of when they did and did not turn people over. We had to be kind of careful about not sharing personal details when we did those, but at least we were able to give some broad examples. And I think that really improved community trust in the process, because that process at the Sonoma County Jail today is vastly different than it was a decade ago. And so I think that transparency, that communication, that conversation really does help build trust, at least it has in our community. Since we were originally created back almost a decade ago now, our system has changed pretty substantially. In 2020, AB 1185 was passed. We heard a little bit about that earlier at the state level, and that allows counties to create sheriff's oversight systems with an inspector general, which is the kind of work that we do at my agency, and a commission like our Community Advisory Council. You have a similar model here in the County of Los Angeles. And so that bill created a state law foundation for those kinds of tools, including providing subpoena power potentially. So in 2020, we also had a ballot measure that went on called, ours is Measure P, yours is Measure R, and it expands our powers a bit. It provides a subpoena power to my agency, ILRO, in the course of our work doing audits. And it also expanded our work to direct investigations of a very select set of incidents. Basically, those can be summarized as anything where sheriff's office, work is implicated in a death, say a death in custody or a death because a deputy involved shooting, or a vehicle pursuit that leads to a death. And also whistleblower cases where someone inside the sheriff's department, wants someone outside to take a look at a concern that they have. So with those two new responsibilities, it makes sense that we were given the subpoena power in Measure P. But our CAC, our Community Advisory Council, does not have a subpoena power, which, when you consider the fact they also do not have an investigative power and they do not weigh in on individual cases, perhaps that makes sense. That's very different from your Los Angeles County model. And I think one reason for that was that the vision in Sonoma County, the demand was to really have these two separate tracks. One at ILRO about investigating to create the procedural justice foundation that the community needed, and an entirely separate track with the Community Advisory Council to have conversations about policy and training. So there's a lot more, we could talk about there. I think we have some good guardrails about independence. My job, for example, comes with a 3-year term, so I'm not serving at the will of the Board of Supervisors. And the fact that the Board of Supervisors, who appoints me, is elected separately from the sheriff, I think also creates strong independence. We have a funding mandate in our Measure P, such that our funding has to be the equivalent of, not taken from, but the equivalent of 1% of the sheriff's department budget helps. And then we have the ability to contract with independent counsel, which has been helpful recently. While we have agreement about many things with the sheriff's office about access to information, we do have some ongoing disagreements about how our subpoena power works. And that enables us and the sheriff to be on equal footing as we go to court to figure out what guidance the court wants to give us about how we should resolve those differences of opinion. Well, lots more we could talk about.
Yes. Thank you,
Can I
John.
just make a quick point? Because he said drop some real pearls that I hope wasn't missed by this audience. You can see why I relied so much on John, and then he abandoned us because he went on to leave us to do his own thing, which is great, and we're supportive, but irritates me when I see him dropping these little pearls.
And I put
But two things that were really important that he said. was this engagement when there is a crisis and evolution out of a crisis is also an opportunity to sit down and figure out mutual needs, right? And I'll give you a more specific example for when they're going to have like these big town halls. I think a lot of the law enforcement agencies want to be able to stand up and articulate that we have 3, 4 independent investigations going on to assure the public that something is happening. We have an internal investigation, we have a criminal investigation, the AG's office may be investigating, and our civilian oversight is also reviewing and or investigating. And to the degree they want you to play a role there, you can have a conversation about agreed upon outcomes that are mutually beneficial. We're happy to come and play a role and set up and talk about our practices and what we do, but I can't really do that without your sharing more information before that town hall as to what's going on, because I don't want to be surprised with the rest of the public about some of the things that we're doing. And so we're constantly thinking about the ways in which we can collaborate on ways to get access to information or to work with the departments and not just have such a contentious engagement at every step for everything. I think you'll also be able to move things a lot farther along. Now, that doesn't mean that we're all just complicit and agree on everything. We absolutely won't. But if you're not looking for ways to try to codify some of these opportunities, I think you're missing real opportunities. And that's why so many of us start our stories with, it was going like this, and then there was a big tragedy, and then things changed. And then it created the other opportunities. The other thing that John said, which is hugely, hugely, hugely important, independent counsel. Access to independent counsel is an outcome determinative game changer for civilian oversight. We don't have independent counsel in San Francisco, and you can infer what the conflicts would be in getting information with the same entity that is advising the law enforcement agency and you at the same time about how conflicts get resolved internally in a non-transparent way about complicated issues. And so I know he said it, but I just want to make sure that these are things that are not lost as you guys are taking notes about how to interpret that and how to use some of that information in your own jurisdictions. Sorry, they were big deals.
I forgot y'all both were in the same agency.
We were, and then he left us.
So I'm going to turn it over.
I'm still bitter. You can.
I could tell. I'm going to turn it over to Paul Parker. Same question.
Okay. Good morning again, everyone. I think, to be honest with you, as the new executive director for the City of San Diego's Commission on Police Practices, the expert in the room on that is certainly not me, it's Charmaine. So I'm going to talk about that just a little bit, but I want to kind of compare the experience with the municipal to a county. So as far as the city of San Diego, there was an incident that happened in the mid 80s in San Diego, a Sagan Pen. There was just a book out right now about Sagan Pen. It's called Reap the Whirlwind. I encourage everyone who's in law enforcement or oversight of law enforcement to read it. From there, it started a movement where ultimately civilian oversight was created in the city of San Diego. So that was, like I said, that incident happened in the mid 80s. Civilian oversight kind of started in the late 80s, but then in 2020. So what the oversight component looked like when Charmaine was there, it was called the community. It was called the CRB. They did the case review of internal affairs investigations. Primarily, that was the primary thing that was done, looking at what internal affairs of the police department did to see if they agree with the conclusions, with the findings that the department made, whether they were sustained or not, and then make comments back about maybe looking at the discipline, maybe some recommendations about that, whether the discipline seemed to be appropriate, whether it was in line with the matrix that the department had. That was the main benefit of the CRB, was able to look at these internal affairs investigations and also to make policy and procedure recommendations, which to me, with what I found in the two agencies I've been with, that's probably the most important thing because of the lack of transparency that we've already talked about. But at least policy recommendations, you can put those out publicly. You can force the departments to respond to those, hopefully, but at least have a public dialogue about, hey, maybe we can do this better, maybe we can do this better. In 2020, the city implemented, ours is Measure B, so you got PRB, whatever. But now Measure B, it changed the model for the city to everything that they were doing before, but also now to include the independent investigation, to have counsel in the department, not city attorneys, but actually the council as part of the commission, to have a policy manager, to do this proactive stuff that you heard about, what Cami was saying, proactive versus reactive, auditing, policy reviews, the council, to get the staffing for independent investigations. Now, here's the issue right now. So this was in 2020. That started 2020. What are we? This is 2024. Okay. We haven't even really started the meet and confer process with the Peace Officers Association to begin the independent investigations. Anything that changes a working condition for anybody has to go through the meet and confer process. We anticipate that that independent investigation process is going to take, that process is probably going to take a long time, maybe a couple more years before we can get fully functional. Now that's the city. Charmaine, did I miss anything with the city, the background?
Yes, there was a delay in creating the investigation process just because we were waiting at the time for the new commissioners to be seated. So that they weren't seated until 2023. So it took a few years for them, that process to go through and for the council to figure out the ordinance and for them to agree on what the ordinance was going to look like. So that's what caused the delay in the creation of the investigatory process.
See, I'm not real happy that LA stole her, quite frankly. It's a great resource for me, so thank you. But if I may, panelists and Charmaine, I want to talk a little bit about the county of San Diego. Now, that's where really my experience has been, and that I think it's more applicable, at least to here, right? Because we're talking about the sheriff's department. So one of the things, it was a different model. You heard Cami talk about these different models. So the sheriff's department, again, that oversight entity started due to a death in custody back in the late 80s and also a deputy-involved shooting in the late 80s, early 90s, thereabouts. This oversight body was tasked with independent investigatory authority. Their jurisdiction included deputies and deputies only. But what do sheriff's departments have that like right now, the municipal, what I'm looking at now, we don't have jails. So the county, San Diego County, has jails. And if anybody has been paying attention to deaths in jails at a statewide level, San Diego County has been at the forefront of that, unfortunately. We actually have an impacted family member in the room right now. One of the most egregious deaths that I've seen, they've occurred in these jails. And that's what, when I became the executive officer there, I tried to focus on the deaths in custody. The county also, that oversight board also had responsibility for the probation department. So again, it was just the sworn members, not medical staff, not civilian employees, not contractors. Policy and procedure abilities, yes. Now, it was worked through this meet and confer back 30 years ago. Deputies, the charter said that deputies had to cooperate in the investigations. So they, to this day, the deputies are able to, the Oversight Commission asks questions in writing. The deputies respond in writing. The department mandates it. The union says this is what you're going to do. If the oversight entity in San Diego County wants to interview a deputy, which quite frankly, that's a lot better than going back and forth with questions, you know? I mean, it's better for the deputies, it's better for the investigator. They don't have to do that. They don't do that. They're not compelled to do that, even though the charter says that they will do that. So these are some of the issues as far as the cooperation that you have, and, or lack thereof for whatever reasons, but also transparency. I was a police officer. Just to be clear, I was a police officer, and I was involved in an on-duty use of deadly force. A gentleman was trying to kill me. I shot him. This is back in the early 90s. There is no way in the world I would have wanted civilian oversight to look at my shooting. He was unarmed. I was not, obviously, but he was choking me out. I did what I felt I needed to do. My shooting was cleared. But I would have been worried as a deputy, or I was a police officer, that civilians who've never walked in my shoes, now they're going to look at me and they're going to judge me, and they don't know. That was my fear. But over the many years that I've been an independent death investigator and an independent civilian oversight practitioner, I can say this: if you have unbiased people that are going to call balls and strikes, one of the things I've noticed is that the investigators I've worked with for civilian oversight, with all due respect to the deputies and police officers in the room, the investigators at those civilian oversight entities know the policies like the back of their hands. And the commissioners, if they have that will, they know them too. What do juries do? Juries do exactly what we're doing. Yes, they have jury instructions, but peace officers always say, well, you can't judge me until you walk in my shoes. Well, juries do it every day. I'm not saying they get it right. I'm not saying civilian oversight gets it right every day, but more often than not, there is the benefit to the independent. I'm talking to the people in the back of the room, all right? So, because I've been where you're at. I went off on a tangent there, but because it's very important to me because I think there is validity to civilian oversight. And again, I'm speaking more to the deputies. I never would have believed it myself, but there is. And I think if you have good people on the commission and you have good staff who can at least kind of talk to the commissioners, have a good relationship with the commissioners, and provide the balls and strikes and the guardrails, there are some good outcomes that could benefit the deputies and the community members and prevent deaths in custody and prevent deputies dying. I think there's a great benefit to civilian oversight. I really, truly do. I don't know if I answered the question, but
That's okay, Paul. Yes. Yes. Just because of time, I'm gonna start looking at these questions from the audience. And then also, I'm gonna see if our commissioners have any questions for the panelists also. So the first question I received, would NACO consider doing profiles of county, city coroners, profiles similar to law enforcement on NACO? I'll send this question over to Cami, okay? This is for you, Paul Henderson.
Oh.
How does your audits work? Do you have full access to PD records? And what prompts an audit? Is there an audit instrument or a protocol?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I actually had to learn this, that auditing is actually a science, that there are really strict rules and regulation as to what constitutes an audit. The term gets thrown around a lot, but in terms of doing an audit, there is a whole process that has to be followed. I'm a lawyer, a very good one in my own mind, but I am not an auditor, and I had to bring in an auditor specifically that was licensed and trained to come over and take that up. And we did that audit process, which changed everything. I will say the first audit won the national award, and we have won that same national award every single year, only because no one in the past heretofore had done audits of law enforcement agencies. I would strongly encourage you to look at those audits. I publish everything online on the website, because the audit will do a deep dive and has independent access to information separate from the information that was being presented to my agency for that work. More importantly, that audit does deep analysis of processes related to, our first audit was for use of force that we did, and that was after we got the jurisdiction from the legislation. And that use of force audit not only collected information, analyzed information, but also made very specific recommendations to the department about what needed to be done and how to do it. That information was shared with, at the time, we had a DOJ investigation going on in San Francisco. They drew from that audit as well and incorporated some of that work into their recommendations as well. And what wasn't used as part of their recommendations was used as a balance to answer the questions that were raised to law enforcement as well, as to what was actually being done or what still needed to be done. The bigger issue from the audits, though, is after you get the information, what's going to be done? Those recommendations that get made are public, and then how do you leverage those recommendations that are independently validated through the audit process of actual needs that should be done? What do you do with that? Do they languish and die and just sit out there publicly? Or how do you connect the dots to make sure that that work is actually being done in various things? There's one that's about to come out right now that's going to be pretty big on stop data and race. I'm sure it's just San Francisco, but these are issues that we are struggling with. And an audit is a deep dive into those issues. So look forward to that in the next month or two. I don't remember what the question was now, but.
It's about audits. So there's a question regarding COC involvement, why is COC involvement not mandatory in police deputy involved shootings? And I'm going to leave that question for Dara Williams from the IG's office, just because we have a whole bunch of questions here. What strategies can you recommend to get community members to attend these civilian oversight meetings? Who wants to take that
Oh,
one?
I'll jump in a little bit there. I think that's a really good question. You know, part of it is listening to your community about what's important to them. So one of the things we've been talking about at NACOL recently is, you know, how does civilian oversight show the community that their work is effective? Well, one of the principles that we came up with, and Paul was a big help on this, was how do we make sure we're listening to community closely enough to ensure that the things we're working on in our offices, like the 3 that we run, really are responsive to community interests and demand, right? And so if I spend my time at my office working on some issue that my community isn't really keyed into, not only will they not show up for meetings about it, but they might even perceive us as tone deaf or out of step or not useful, right? And I can understand that. If I were in community and I heard from, you know, the local civilian oversight system that they're working on something I thought wasn't particularly important or really wasn't core to my experience with law enforcement, yeah, I might think, why are they there, right? And I think we see that across, you know, a variety of other public agencies, right? Like if you work in law enforcement, I think you become accustomed to the fact that in a patrol function, you do have to be somewhat responsive to community demands and concerns about what kind of crime they're experiencing in that neighborhood, right? Or that part of town or that part of your county. And if you're not responsive to those, people start going like, where are you guys, right? And so the same thing happens in civilian oversight. So I think it's important for us to be listening to community. And I'll also say that I find our work is more interesting to community and they're more likely to show up if we have successful engagement with our sheriff's office or whoever the law enforcement agency is that we're overseeing. Because when people see us actually engaging with each other, then that conversation becomes way more interesting. I can have a conversation with 5 people in a room that are just part of community somewhere about how they would like our sheriff's office to behave differently. But if I invite them to a meeting where the sheriff himself is going to be there and I'm going to be there and maybe one of our county supervisors is going to be there and it's in the community where people are living, all of a sudden people find that fascinating and they want to show up. So I think that demonstrating there's engagement between oversight and law enforcement really helps get people to show up to the room. And ultimately, I think that really benefits law enforcement too. I used to work inside the San Francisco Police Department in the Internal Affairs Division. And nobody liked that assignment. There was this period of grief. You know, any sergeant who got assigned to IA would, you know, after they got to know me for a couple of months, they'd open up and be like, I don't know how I got this terrible assignment. This is the worst thing that's ever happened to me in my career. And then about, 9-10 months later, they'd be like, it turns out some of these cases actually, I'm not happy about some of the things I'm seeing in my agency. And then I'd help them learn how to do that better. And by the end of maybe 18 months in, they would say, I'm getting it now. Like I can see why there are people out there that aren't happy with us because I know a small number of my colleagues are doing wrong and it's making all the rest of us look bad. And I need to really engage with the community about the fact that I care. And then they would go back out on patrol and have much closer relationship with community. So I think that's the key for me.
Thank you, John. And let me just share also, because, even as an executive director, it's important for the community members to see us also out there. So I spent a lot of time, especially when I was in San Diego, even Albany, New York, going to community events, just getting out there, inviting people and community members over to our meetings. It's important to build those relationships. And now that our commission has our new community specialist coordinator, I think I got the name right. We're going to try to start developing focus groups, right? And those focus groups will be able to get out there also with our commissioners and our staff to be able to spread the word of the work of this commission. So I think that's important. This is a great question.
Hey, Charmaine.
And hurry up.
Things that we do with the community is, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
It is that I give my staff and my investigators work credit for attending community functions to represent the agency and to be at those things. Every commission that we have, I bring one of the senior investigators so that when there's public comment, they can pull that person aside after they've spoken to come and say, hey, here's what this agency is. Let's sit down. Let's follow up. And that's helpful, not just for me, but for the police department and the sheriff's department as well. They identify that person like, oh, you need to talk to the civilian oversight, and my staff during the meeting while I'm on the dais will go out and meet with that person. We also coordinate with the elected officials when they have community meetings with their audiences. We send our staff with them when they have a big block party or when they have a community convening to address things. We play a role, have a seat, bring a table to make sure that the community is going to keep seeing us and know that they can talk to us. So I just
Thank you.
May I add something to that too? I really can't add too much to what they said. All that was great advice, but what I've noticed in two different agencies I've been, so with the municipality, with the police department, it's different, right? Because you have the community members from the communities, and already in the short time that this commission's been in place, it's already addressed pretext stops. That's what it's trying to do. Pursuits, protest. It's going to be addressing special operations, fourth waiver, canine usage, all of those things. But when I was at the county, that was a huge county. But what was the number one issue? It was about the people in jail, people that were dying. It was not really the issues that were happening in the communities in the county. So it was a very interesting dynamic, community-based, but then this was the number one issue for the county with the deaths in the jail. We did address some other things, but we really didn't have community members in the county telling us that these other things were existing. It was the jail deaths. But in the city of San Diego, I just listed to you all the things that probably apply, of course, in every jurisdiction. So
Yes, thank you for sharing that, Paul. It is important because we're going to be hearing from Dwayne Bennett. He's outside counsel for the city of San Diego and the county. And that was one of his main things with me. Shamin, we got to go ahead and put these forums together with pretext stops and, the topics that you mentioned, because those are topics and experiences that affect our community, right? So that is also a draw to get individuals to come to our civilian oversight commission meetings as well. So I have two or three questions from our commissioners, and then I'm going to take the last questions. I'll probably meet up with the individuals. If they can meet up with me afterwards or our panelists afterwards, that'll be great. So this is for John. Iolero decision became an obstacle to Marin's effort to establish oversight. Can you say something about that?
I can think, well, I don't mean to be difficult. I can think of a couple things that question might mean, but what I would say is one of the challenges that Sonoma County had before I got there was the Measure P I was describing earlier, which passed in 2020. And there is this requirement in California that when a local government like a city or a county creates new processes that relate to the discipline or investigation of law enforcement officers, that local agency, that city or county, has to go through a conversation with the unions or associations that represent those officers, and that process we call meet and confer. I think I take a kind of middle position on meet and confer. You'll meet some people who come from the world of labor who say meet and confer is fantastic, it's essential, it should be even stronger, it should apply to a wider variety of topics than it already does. We could go on. I mean, literally, there's another conference next week. We're going to spend the better part of a day talking about all the ins and outs of how meet and confer works. So it's too much detail to hit right here. And then you'll meet also some people who, particularly around law enforcement issues and law enforcement oversight, you'll meet people in community who will say there should not be any kind of meet and confer at all with law enforcement about these kinds of issues around discipline. A city or county should just be able to impose whatever it is the public wants in that regard. And I find myself in a middle position. I have been a member of a public employee union in the past in my career, and I actually found it really helpful to have a meet and confer process, because sometimes, and Paul identify with this, at one stage in my career, I was working in a DA's office, and we had some really crazy stuff coming down from the front office. And the rest of us at the line level were like, what, how do we even implement this? This doesn't make any sense to us. And I know you've had that experience too, right? So just a little bit. Yeah. And I actually was really glad that at least in some of my roles in some of those DA's offices, I had a union that could meet and confer on my behalf to try to resolve some of those. And I also think that civilian oversight works best when there's actual conversation with law enforcement. And that means not just the head of the law enforcement agency, but also line officers. I have some disagreements on some of the brass tacks here in California. I don't always agree with all decisions we get out of PERB and the Claremont decision. I think I would have written a little differently. And if any of you here are attorneys in that field and you want to talk about it, I'm happy to chat with you. But, you know, long story short, I think what I would say to most people in this room is, I think it is important to understand that meet and confer is not an opportunity to trump what the community wants. That's not how California law is written. But it is also essential that we meet and confer with our partners in labor to help reach understandings about how these processes are going to work. And if you don't have those conversations, these oversight systems just aren't going to function. And so I think it's important that we recognize both sides of that equation. So one of the things that, you know, we've experienced in Sonoma County is, I think, a little bit of a mixed bag on this issue. Measure P went on to the ballot before there was a meet and confer process, and we tried to have our meet and confer process after it passed. Very long story as to how that happened and whether that was a good idea or a bad idea, but that's how it happened. And I think that has had the advantage of us reaching some solid understandings between our county and our the several different unions that are involved in our sheriff's office, and sheriff's office management had to come to the table and talk too. And that really clarified some of the things like access. Like that's part of how I have access now to the IA system and can look at the files that IA is working on. And that really helps us a lot. We clearly didn't get everything resolved. We still have some disagreements about even how some of the previous agreements we reached work. I'm amazed that that didn't get clarified before I got there. But that said, I think the core lesson there for everybody involved is, you know, we could all spend a lot of time arguing about whether we need to meet and confer, what we need to meet and confer about, but everybody at the labor level, at the management level, at the community level, at the elected level is better off when we talk. Essential that we talk.
That should be a masterclass, regardless of who asked that question, on the meet and confer process, that everyone needs to know. And having transparency to that process changes everything across the board. What John just said, welcome to our very helpful TED Talk for meet and confer, should be part of the dynamic. I've incorporated, in fact, if I'm not mistaken, I think John actually wrote it in our annual audits that we publish about meet and confer so that people can understand it. I think people get very frustrated on both sides, within law enforcement, within civilian oversight, and within communities that don't understand how meet and confer works, how it's implemented, what the roles are, what the requests are.
Why is it taking so long?
All of that. And then the blame goes everywhere. Civilian oversight does it wrong, law enforcement does it wrong, the commission does it wrong.
So
The more you understand it, the better it is. I hope that people are paying attention to that and can codify that into the audience that you're all speaking with.
I think one of the things that helped the city of San Diego, especially when it came to the ordinance that created the Commission on Police Practices, was the community involvement. Community coming to the meetings, especially when coming to the council meetings and doing that push and asking those questions and keeping the heat on, the council. So I think that it took a year, I believe, but it could have taken much, much longer. So I just wanted to add that. And then the last question, because we're running out of time and I want to take a 5-minute break, is I don't know who's going to say this. Let me see, whoever can talk fast. Examples of proactive policy development collaboration with the community. Who wants to take that really fast?
I'll take it. I'll try to be as quick as possible. I'm going to go back to the deaths in custody. When I was the executive director at the review board over the County of San Diego Sheriff's Department, as we discussed about the deaths in custody, working with impacted families, being proactive, again, seeing, okay, there's obviously an issue here. Let's do some research. And over a 1-year period, we made over 20 recommendations, proactive recommendations on how that you may possibly reduce deaths in custody, to include things along the lines of how are the drugs getting into the facilities that are leading to these deaths? Why do we not have medical oversight? What kind of technology can be used to monitor the welfare, the well-being of folks in custody? How can you use naloxone? Who should have access to naloxone? Whether the incarcerated population, in addition to the staff, should have access. Things like that. We were proactive in doing that. The community was obviously behind us for that. But interestingly enough, so out of over those 20 recommendations that we made pertaining to deaths during my tenure, the Sheriff's Department implemented less than 50%. Now, they have their reasons, and a lot of the reasons, what are the reasons? They're always going to say, and probably rightfully so, I guess, in a sense, well, we don't have the money. Well, how much does a life cost? How much are the lawsuits costing? All of those things, correct? So, but I think we were able. Now, here's the other part about it. You cannot prove a negative. So did any of these policy recommendations save a life? The ones that were implemented? I have no idea. Can't prove it. But you know they did. You know they did. But we can't prove it. So I think that hopefully that answered the question.
Thank you. Before we take our 5-minute break, I think someone asked about the presentation that Cammie shared at the introduction to civilian oversight. And we're going to make that available. We'll put it on our website for everyone to be able to access that. And if you want a copy, just let us know. We can do that as well. So let's take a 5-minute break.
Can I
Thank
say
you,
something before we
panelists.
take it?
Yes.
Real quick. I'm so sorry to keep bothering you guys with these things. But one of the things that Paul just said, which is super, super important, and you will see as soon as I tell you, in talking about those investigations that civilian oversights do, write this down now, that those investigations, those administrative investigations, civilian oversight agencies can do at a lower cost than the departments even themselves. And so while we are, I don't know, maybe about to face real complicated budget crisis and real complicated budget conversations, one of the things I think we have to do as an obligation is learning about those partnered investigations with law enforcement and highlighting the efficiency, the effectiveness, and the cost savings from having civilian oversights play a more active role in that process at a lower cost to the county and to the city. That's a big deal.
Just say,
You'll see.
one thing that y'all have in San Francisco is that mediation program,
Yes.
which is really, really a cost savings as well. And
Absolutely.
we tried to do that in Albany. It took some time. I don't even know if they're doing it now, but that's really a cost savings when it
Yeah.
comes for certain low level.
It's a cost savings and the issues that it takes the air out for issues like we have real concerns about in custody deaths. We have real concerns about who's being stopped in this area. We have real concerns about community types of issues that are valid and real that law enforcement isn't necessarily equipped to translate in between. And so the mediators act as the liaison, bringing in community leaders or community complainants along with representatives from law enforcement, because we've expanded it. And so we'll get a sergeant or the captain or, you know, the command staff in to address and explain what those processes are. It's a great tool for community, and it's a great tool to build a bridge of presence and awareness for communities that you're trying to serve. Exactly.
Trust. Any last remarks, John or Paul? Parker?
that was
No?
fine.
Okay, excellent. Thank you all for coming here again, and we'll do another panel. Let's take a 5-minute break to stretch and come back at 11:05. We're going to reconvene. If everyone can take their seats, please. Panelists for session 2, can you please come to the stage area? Chair Bonner. Melissa Camacho is here. And Lily.
That question or just let it go? The one where you said the question was for me about you guys all investigating deputy involved shootings.
Mm.
No, it's
I put it at, I mean.
That's fine. I'll just go on with the paddle.
Just so many questions.
Yeah, yeah. Is this? If everyone could take a seat, please. You don't want me to have to go like this because I'm short. Yeah, that's fine.
Regular.
Exactly.
Not sure.
My kids are like, you're short. And I'm like, I'm not short. I'm like normal. Except apparently I shrunk. I was like a little over 5'3", but then I just had knee replacement. So they measure you and he's like, you're 5'2". I'm like, wait, what? Lots of shrinkage.
You can shorten up my question.
It's fine. I changed the other questions. So, but yours is, I made it like more general.
You
Okay.
can make mine more different.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't care.
Whatever.
Yours is fine.
Whatever you want.
Yeah, it's fine. You think I could think on my feet, huh?
We have faith in you.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much for joining us for our next session, where we have some esteemed panelists. I am Dara Williams. I'm with the Office of Inspector General. I'm the Chief Deputy there. And the conversations kind of make it hard to start this. So if everybody could just please.
Let's
as I
come to
said,
order.
take a
Thank you.
seat.
All right,
Thank you.
listen up.
Chair Bonner. So just to start this off, there are index cards on each table, and if anybody has any questions after hearing from the panelists, please do write those down and sort of wave, and somebody will come and collect the questions to give them to us. Oversight bodies can be established by legislation or ordinances or both, and changed by officials or a measure or state codification of laws. These oversight entities such as OIG, the COC, internal and external organizations, although OIG and COC are both external, but we have Anne Tremblay who is internal. But the external organizations oftentimes have restricted access, restricted authority, and it affects the ability of these organizations to provide transparency and accountability of law enforcement departments. In this session, we will discuss various legal obstacles to effective oversight and ways to address these legal obstacles. Today, we have with us Liliana Campos, Assistant County Counsel from the Office of the County Counsel, and she's going to give a presentation. We also have Anne Tremblay, the Constitutional Policing Advisor, which is the internal oversight unit inside of the the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. We have Melissa Camacho of the ACLU. And as you know, all know that there's also, in addition to established oversight, there's advocacy groups and also the press that also act as agents of change and transparency and accountability for the Sheriff's Department and other law enforcement agencies. Melissa Camacho is with the ACLU, as I said, and so they oftentimes have to sue law enforcement agencies to try to achieve compliance with various laws. And then we have Chair Robert Bonner, Judge Bonner, who is the chair of the Civilian Oversight Commission. He's been a commissioner for quite some time. And you can see all of their biographies in your program today. And you'll see that they have a very, each of them has a very esteemed resume. So with that in mind, we're going to turn it over to Ms. Campos to give you her presentation.
Thank you, Dara. Can everyone hear me?
Just fine? Great. My name is Lily Campos. I'm an assistant county counsel, as Dara mentioned, with the Office of the County Counsel. I've been with the office for almost 15 years now, and I supervise a small team of attorneys who advise the County Board of Supervisors, county departments, commissions, and officials in areas of law like ethics and transparency, public meetings, and access to public records, to name a few. My division has the privilege of also advising the county's various oversight agencies. Today's presentation is about the Los Angeles County Civilian Oversight Commission, which I will refer to interchangeably as the COC or the Commission throughout this presentation. So I'll begin with a high-level overview of the COC's purpose and its various sources of authority. I'm going to share some of the legal obstacles that the COC has faced and offer some strategies to try and navigate past them, and end with some thoughts on how to move forward with effective oversight. The COC's purpose is to facilitate transparency and accountability as it relates to the Sheriff's Department. It does that by providing robust opportunities for community engagement, and by conducting analysis and oversight of the Sheriff's Department's policies, practices, and procedures. It also has the power to investigate through the Office of Inspector General or through its own staff, and has the power to issue subpoenas for production of records and to compel attendance if necessary. In essence, it functions as a bridge between the Sheriff's Department and the community, and serves as the advisor not only to the Board of Supervisors, but to the sheriff and to the community. The commission has three sources of power. The first is the Los Angeles County Code, Chapter 3.79. That was adopted in 2016 and created the COC. In 2020, there was a citizens initiative that passed overwhelmingly with over 70% of the vote sorry, I said it was 2020, excuse me. And the following year, there was state law that was enacted that essentially confirmed the Board of Supervisors' authority to create an oversight with subpoena power. Now, the COC has faced several challenges in carrying out its responsibilities, primarily in oversight. The first relates to the power to subpoena and to require its compliance. The commission has issued several subpoenas for attendance throughout the course of its investigations. And the challenge here is really that not every subject to a subpoena agrees with the basis of the subpoena. And not everyone really understands the power of the commission to compel their attendance, for example. Practically speaking, investigations can also be delayed when individuals don't appear or refuse to appear, or things need to be rescheduled. And although going to court to enforce a subpoena is an option for the COC, it can prove to be time-consuming and costly, especially where the law is not settled. Further complicating efficient oversight is the need to engage in meaningful collective bargaining with labor unions about conditions of employment. And really strategies that have helped to navigate through these obstacles is to continue to develop the relationship between the COC and the Sheriff's Department, and importantly, engage labor early on in the process. We heard some of that during our earlier panel today. Access to information has also proven difficult for some of the same reasons that I've stated, but also because the law governing the COC limits the information that it can access. This has made it difficult for the COC to conduct meaningful oversight. And even though the COC does have the option to request that the Office of Inspector General issue a subpoena to produce information, that information is publicly available. And it really isn't the same thing as being able to review the information directly. Access to information has also been delayed through our meet and confer process. The county is currently engaged in the meet and confer process over the county's code and Measure R. Some strategies to help navigate through these obstacles include, again, really engaging the Sheriff's Department and labor. Here, it's important for all parties involved who have interests and stakes at hand to come up with a common understanding and safeguards for the way and the manner in which information can be shared. Also, streamlining oversight is great where feasible. This really helps to avoid the Sheriff's Department having to respond to multiple requests for information or concurrent requests for information that may sometimes overlap. Other legal challenges that the COC has faced is compliance with the state's Ralph M. Brown Act. This requires the COC to conduct its meetings openly and publicly. The COC's ability to meet in closed session or to meet privately is really limited by the narrow exceptions in the law. And unfortunately, there is no closed session exception for conducting an investigation. And although the COC has been effective in creating subcommittees to carry out its work, the subcommittees are really intended to accomplish a specific task and really only exist for a short period of time. As I mentioned previously, concurrent inquiries and investigations can be a challenge and problematic. It really, might tend to create competing priorities. It could, spread resources very thinly. And also, investigations of oversight can be delayed when there's pending criminal investigations. Finally, I think there's the importance of strong ethical walls is paramount. This really ensures that the COC's counsel and the Sheriff's counsel can be zealous advocates for each party's position. And that really helps, I believe, to serve in ensuring that the lawyers are thoughtful partners in helping to identify solutions to move forward with effective oversight. Tips for the future. So as the C continues to move forward, I really think it should continue with its great and important work of community engagement. It does this, in a very strong way through its public meetings, its hearings, town halls. I think it should continue to refer complaints to the appropriate authorities for a review and possible investigations. Again, I can't stress the importance of engaging with labor early on in the process. This really, I believe, will help to avoid unnecessary delays when we're trying to engage in effective oversight in the process. And also, it just helps to gain a common understanding of what all parties need and where everyone feels comfortable to move forward. And finally, I think this is also probably one of the most important pieces, is seeking legislation that really outlines clear roles of everyone involved and the obligations that everyone has. We're dealing with sensitive information, we're dealing with important issues of the community, and really seeking legislation that clearly outlines everyone's roles and what the responsibilities are can really help to cut through the delays in oversight. Thank you so much for your attention. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. And my apologies to Ms. Campos has to leave us now. My apologies to Dwayne Bennett, who is online, and I didn't realize he was online, so I just thought he was missing. And he is outside counsel from the City and County of San Diego Oversight. So he's with us online. My first question is for Judge Bonner. Although the COC was created 8 years ago and has subpoena power under the voter initiative Measure R, it still does not have access to confidential information. The confidential information we're talking about are things such as police reports, information relating to deputy misconduct, and some of this is protected under state law. How has your commission attempted to address the legal obstacles to effective oversight that a lack of access to confidential information has hindered you?
Well, Dara, first of all, you're right. We do not and still do not have access to confidential information. Can you hear me? No.
It's on.
Closer. All right. Oh my goodness. I guess I'm going to have to hold it up. And I'm getting feedback now.
You can stand here. I'm fine with that.
Let me just use the light here. And this is a little better because it's not a really fast answer to this question that's been asked. But what I was trying to say to Dara was, and to all of you, that we still do not have access to confidential information on the Oversight Commission for the LA County Sheriff's Department. And I say that although our commission has been in existence 8 years. Well, technically next month, 8 years. I see Patty Giggins, I see JP Harris, I see other commissioners here, but Patty and JP and I were sworn in December 2016 as the first part of the first 9 commissioners that set up the Civilian Oversight Commission for the LA County Sheriff's Department. And it's been over 4 years since Measure R was passed by the voters of Los Angeles County. And notwithstanding the fact that Measure R gave us independent power to investigate any matter relating to oversight and independent power to subpoena witnesses and documents, we still don't have access to anything that could be deemed confidential information under state law. And when I say that, I want you to know that means we don't have access to information about in-depth custody deaths at LA County jail system. We don't have access to the death review reports that are done in each one of those cases. So we're unable to determine whether there might be patterns or something that needs to be addressed from an oversight point of view. We still do not have access to closed investigations that are relevant to the potential use of excessive force or unconstitutional force. Not saying it happened, but we don't have access to the underlying internal investigations. An example of that is a couple of years ago, we requested the closed investigation of the lethal use of force involving Andres Guardado. We still do not have that. We've requested it. We've subpoenaed it. We don't have access to it because it purportedly contains confidential information. We don't have access to investigative reports. I'm talking closed investigations now, not open. Investigative reports that relate to the existence of deputy gangs and deputy cliques and their impact on the community and their impact on the Sheriff's Department itself. For example, we've requested the closed investigation of the Kenny Hall incident involving the Bandidos deputy gang that was and may still be operating in East LA. We don't know because we don't have access to confidential information. I just mentioned those as examples so you know what we're talking about here. And I need to, I think before we talk about what the legal obstacle might be, I think it's important to explain to you why we're being blocked in terms of access to confidential information before I turn to sort of the crux of the legal issue. Initially, by the way, this commission was flat out denied access to any kind of purportedly confidential information or reports by the former sheriff of LA County, Alex Villanueva, who resisted, by the way, any kind of meaningful oversight, to the detriment, I might say, of the Sheriff's Department itself, because there is no law enforcement organization. I want to assure everybody here, because I have great respect for the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, but there is no law enforcement organization that does not benefit and improve by thoughtful oversight. We're encouraged that the new sheriff in town, well, not so new anymore, Robert Luna, his campaign made clear that he welcomed civilian oversight. And based upon certainly our interactions with Sheriff Luna, we believe he truly does. And that's the good news. Unfortunately, we're still thwarted despite the fact that our commission, which does much of its initial work through ad hoc committees, is still unable to access information protected as confidential under state law. This is principally, by the way, the lawyers out there, Penal Code Section 832.7 and related statutes. The sheriff, understandably, does not want to violate state law. I understand that. I'm a lawyer. He needs to get legal advice as to whether or not he can do this or not. And the commission understands that if it has access, if it's able to review protected information, it's not at liberty. The commissioners who do that are not at liberty to make it public. The commissioners who review that information, if we ever get to that point, must hold that information confidential. We also understand that the commission is a Brown Act body and must comply with the Brown Act. So by way of background, the Civilian Oversight Commission for the LA County Sheriff's Department as I said, does much of its preliminary work. And by that, I mean studies, interviews of people, subject matter experts, gathering data related to our oversight functions through ad hoc committees of the Oversight Commission. These ad hoc committees, by the way, they're not as temporary as Ms. Camacho suggested. Well, in any event, was it Ms. It was Campos, excuse me. We'll get to you, Melissa, in a moment. As Lily Campos, who is with the LA County Council office, they just don't come and go. They have a specific objective. And when they've achieved that objective, then we dissolve them. So they're not permanent. But sometimes, for example, the disciplinary process ad hoc committee has been at work, and it's a year or so, and it's going to take time to develop the report and recommendations as to how, if at all, the disciplinary process should be changed. But so, bless you. These ad hoc committees are made up of less than a quorum of the commission, 3 and no more than 4 of the 9 commissioners. And after the meetings, usually multiple meetings, sometimes over many months, they prepare a report and recommendation that is presented to the full commission at one of its monthly public hearings. For example, there are ad hoc committees on the use of force, deputy gangs, conditions of confinement, compliance with PREA, the Prison Rape Elimination Act, among others. Our commission has proposed several revisions to the ordinance that Ms. Campos referred to that created us. That's Chapter 3.79 of the Los Angeles County Code, one of our proposed revisions would allow the sheriff to provide confidential information relevant to oversight functions to members of the ad hoc committees, the relevant ad hoc committee. In conjunction with such access, those commissioners would agree to keep the information confidential, even signing a confidentiality non-disclosure agreement. The only reason, I want to underscore this, that our sheriff, the Sheriff Luna, has provided for not providing access to confidential information is the absence of a legal opinion from Los Angeles County Council that doing so under the circumstances I've just described will not violate state law and will not violate specifically 832.7 related statutes. So the only reason that has been advanced is that there's a legal reason. We understand that the sheriff's position in that regard. We're now asking for a revision to the ordinance that created us that would explicitly state, I'm going to quote it, that members of the ad hoc committees of the commission, composed of less than a quorum of the members of the commission, may access and receive confidential records, provided there is an agreement by them to keep the protected information confidential. So that's our proposed revision so that we can be provided access to confidential information by the Sheriff's Department. Based upon our legal analysis, and that's partly why we're here, our legal analysis, this provision would provide access to confidential information, does not violate state law. The California Supreme Court in the Copley Press case, in essence, held that a commission outside the police department or the sheriff's department, in that case, the Civil Service Commission for the San Diego County, could access confidential information and reports about deputy or officer discipline, provided it kept the information confidential. The decision, by the way, is reinforced in California in a 2008 decision of the California Court of Appeal in a case called the City of Berkeley versus the police union in Berkeley, California. It's noteworthy that almost no other oversight commission in California, has a city attorney or a county council taken the position that confidential information cannot be provided to the oversight body, provided it is kept confidential. But by the way, I'd like to hear more about this on this panel because I know we have Dwayne Bennett, who's a counsel for both the city and county of San Diego Sheriff and Police Department. Outside counsel hopefully will address this issue in some greater detail. In any event, we have requested that our county council to advise the board of supervisor and the sheriff that the proposed revision I just quoted does not, in its opinion, violate state law. We're still waiting. And I didn't hear anything from Ms. Campos, and we're not going to hear anything from county council today on this issue, but I am cautiously optimistic that county council actually will agree with the position that we've advanced, that is that the access to confidential information based upon the revision we proposed to the Board of Supervisors does not violate state law. Such an opinion, by the way, which after very careful research and review, the Oversight Commission itself believes is warranted, does not mean that the deputy sheriff's unions will not perhaps instigate legal action. They may well, but legal opinions ought not to be based upon the threat of lawsuits, but rather on sound legal analysis and interpretation of the statute and the surrounding case law. That's what lawyers are paid to do. It doesn't mean that county council or anybody else is guaranteeing the outcome or what courts will ultimately do. Let me address one other question that might arise in some of your minds, and that is, why should the Civilian Oversight Commission be able to review confidential information if it has to keep that information confidential? And this comes down to a key purpose of oversight, which is building trust. The plain fact is that a substantial segment of the public just does not want to take the department's word or that misconduct didn't happen or no discipline was warranted. But if the commission, if the Civilian Oversight Commission for this county looks at the reports and agrees that those allegations are unsubstantiated, it is far more likely to be believed. Because if there's one thing the Civilian Oversight Commission has established, I believe, and that is that we pull no punches. On the other hand, we might find that the investigation of the allegations was inadequate or that it ignored a pattern of misconduct. The point is, oversight can never be truly effective without access to the confidential information that we need to be able to make sound and wise determinations and recommendations. Thank you.
With that, I'm going to continue with sort of this line of questioning and go to Mr. Bennett online first.
The answers aren't that long.
Go to Mr. Bennett online to ask the question, how does the access to confidential information foster better civilian oversight? Mr. Bennett?
Okay, good afternoon or good morning, everybody. I hope you can hear me. As Judge Bonner just stated, I don't know how you have effective civilian oversight without having access to confidential information as defined in the Penal Code under sections 832.5 through 832.8 or 832.7. It's interesting that the County of Los Angeles has this challenge because the way I read the statutes, first of all, Evidence Code Section 1040 is the official information privilege that gives the county and all jurisdictions the right to keep information that is deemed confidential, confidential. But that section is not limited to, for example, certain agencies of the county. The privilege exists for the whole county. The county, in other words, has a right to designate who that privilege will apply to and who it will not. And apparently they've decided that the privilege does not necessarily apply to this oversight body. When you look at Government Code sections 54, 957, because I have talked to Charmaine and I understand that County Council takes a strident position in terms of the Brown Act and how the Brown Act does not give access to the commission relative to these confidential records. But I don't read it like that. And we don't read it like that here in San Diego County or in the city of San Diego. We read the Brown Act and compliance with the Brown Act to afford access to these confidential records in a closed session under Government Code, again, Government Code Section 54 and 957, which gives any legislative body the right to go into a closed session to review a public employee's employment and discipline and complaints against a public employee. So that public employee would be the sheriff, could be a sheriff's deputy or could be a police officer. So we read it here to allow access to confidential information in closed session. And that's what happens with the County of San Diego as well as the City of San Diego. The city commissions here, the city commission as well as county clerk, which Mr. Parker used to be executive director of, and I serve as independent counsel too, they have access to these confidential records, and they do so, and the commissioners are sworn, as Judge Bonner indicated, to exercise confidentiality. Commissioners have to sign confidentiality agreements, but that gives them the right to access confidential information. So I'm sorry for being long-winded, but I don't know. I guess the short answer to the question is I really question how you can have effective civilian oversight if you don't have access to confidential records that really determine what the nature of complaints are against law enforcement officers and how those matters are being investigated. If you can't do that, I don't know how you have effective oversight over the agency.
Thank you. Ms. Camacho, with the ACLU, obviously, you're in a much different position than some of the governmental oversight bodies. Does the ACLU ever get access to any confidential information?
The only time we get access to confidential information, is this on? Hello, the lights. There we go. Great. So the only time we get access to confidential information is if in one of our cases it's ordered by the court. So for example, in our use of force case, we get access to some confidential information regarding issues of uses of force in the 3 downtown jails. But even those are redacted for names of people, the various deputies or custody assistants that may be involved. They're also covered by a protective order in that case. And so we are not allowed to share publicly the information we get from that. The independent monitors have a little bit more flexibility in discussing what they receive in those confidential reports. They're not governed by a protective order like we are, but it's kind of up to their discretion whether or not they share.
And do you find it helpful to the function of the ACLU to have at least the confidential information, even if the names are redacted?
It definitely gives us a better sense of what's happening in uses of force and in the jails, which we can then use to argue before the court if we choose to bring any enforcement actions in any of our court orders. But I think it does sort of limit our ability to communicate publicly what some of the underlying issues that we see.
Thank you. Ms. Tremblay, you're obviously in a much different position as well, given that you work with the Office of Constitutional Policing within the Sheriff's Department. Do you have a different view about the access to confidential information and your access to confidential information and sort of how the internal process works either alongside or in conjunction with or in collaboration with the outside oversight?
Well, of course, is that working or no? Yeah, it's great. Thank you. Sorry about that. Of course, because the Office of Constitutional Policing is part of the Sheriff's Department, and in my role as a constitutional policing advisor, as well as my other colleagues in that unit, we have access to the confidential information because our role is internal reform and oversight as an office. And so obviously we have that access, but we are, just like all members of the department, bound by the law in terms of confidentiality. So just because we have access and we have this internal reform and oversight role doesn't mean we can speak publicly about confidential information as well. So as Judge Bonner mentioned, obviously Sheriff Luna created the Office of Constitutional Policing when he took office 2 years ago, and his stated intent with that, and our role is to provide that internal oversight, internal reform, work on policy change, and do that in conjunction with and in response to our partners outside the department, the Civilian Oversight Commission, the Office of the Inspector General, the Board of Supervisors obviously weighs in and has suggestions and does motions that relate to the policies and procedures within the department. So as an office, we take all that in, take the suggestions, take the guidance, and try to use that internally to make those changes. But has also been noted, including by the prior panel, right? We need to do that in conjunction with our partners in labor, right? We don't do that in a vacuum. Our employees are represented by their various unions, and we're required by law to engage in that meet and confer process that was discussed. That's an important part. So as we develop new policies and procedures, we are obligated to go through that meet and confer process. And often the Office of Constitutional Policing is engaged in those efforts along with others throughout the department, both leadership and subject matter experts going through that process. So we are in a different place. And right now we must comply with the law as it currently stands, which is that if that information is confidential, we can't share it even with the Civilian Oversight Commission as it currently stands. If the law or the authority were to change, then the department remains committed to working with our partners on the Civilian Oversight Commission to provide information in a timely manner so that you can effectively meet your obligations as a commission, and that we can meet our obligation to the community to be as transparent as possible while complying with the law.
Thank you. And
Isn't it really not a question of whether the law needs to be changed, but an interpretation of existing law as to whether or not the sheriff's department could provide access to information? I'd just like you to comment on that if you would, Ann.
Well, Judge Bonner, I think you've had these, I know you've had these conversations with the sheriff himself. So I think as you outlined in your remarks, obviously, we've received the advice of counsel, and we have to follow the advice of counsel just like other county departments do. And so we are obligated to follow that advice, and that's how we're proceeding. But we are doing everything we can to always cooperate and work with good communication and good engagement with the commission, as well as with the Office of Inspector General and the Board of Supervisors, as I noted. And so that's where things stand at this moment. And we will, again, if things change, if advice changes or re-review changes or the statutes change, then we will do that. And I think, to Ms. Campos's point, we won't do that as any statutes change. We won't do that in a vacuum. We will engage our labor partners as well, as she noted and advised. That's an important part of the process. The men and women of the department are committed and to serving the communities of Los Angeles County, and we need to balance that and their rights and the statutory provisions as they stand with regard to confidentiality, while also making sure we can do everything possible to provide that transparency and accountability.
Dara, may I jump in here as well?
sure.
I just think this is a helpful example. In the prior panel, the gentleman raised the issue of needing independent counsel for the COC. And I think you're seeing kind of that issue in action of the county only having kind of one group of attorneys that represents the sheriff's department, that represents the board of supervisors, that represents the COC. So when there are conflicts of interest in these different county bodies, it's the same attorneys that are advising, and there isn't anybody kind of on the attorney side to resolve those issues. We've seen it in some of our cases, our use of force case in particular, and I'll mention this in my presentation as well. But the political pressure from the union, the sheriff's union, can really kind of throw a wrench into the process, and the kind of our legal perspective on what's required by the meet and confer process and the sheriff's unions on what is required by the meet and confer process is, here to here. But I would say also the county is generally more on the union side, I think, because of the political pressure that the union can exert. So I think it's important to kind of, for other people in this room, in the public, to be a counter to that political pressure by the union. And one of the things that can be pushed for is independent counsel and putting some additional weight or power on kind of the COC side to be able to have legal opinions and arguments that are kind of further apart than what the union's interpretation of these same laws.
Thank you. And just to clarify for everybody in the audience, Ms. Tremblay, the Office of Inspector General does the Office of Inspector General get confidential information? Which I could answer, but you're going to.
Yes.
All right. So there is, just to point out that difference between civilian oversight and the Office of Inspector General.
But I have to observe here, Dara, I mean, that may be that the OIG has access to confidential information, but despite 3.79, they are unwilling, and I understand the reasons. They're unwilling to share that confidential information, let's say commissioners on an ad hoc committee or the commission in closed session. So, I mean, that's the case. And I think a lot of that stems from the interim effect of the Diana Duran prosecution. But the reality is, just because you get it, just because the OIG has access, that doesn't mean this Civilian Oversight Commission has access, and we don't. We don't have it through the Sheriff's Department, and we don't have it through the Office of Inspector General, and I want to make that clear.
And as with Ms. Tremblay's internal oversight, the Office of Inspector General also cannot share confidential information with the public. However, when we write our reports, there are times that we do report on things that where we've scrubbed the confidential information and are able to report on instant individual sort of cases or things that highlight what the office believes are systemic issues within the Sheriff's Department with regards to investigations and discipline and whatnot. And I would encourage everybody here, because I think that one thing that's very important is that when the COC issues a report, when the Office of Inspector General issues a report, or when the Sheriff's Department issues a report, because the Sheriff's Department oftentimes does have to report to the Board of Supervisors in response to a motion. It's very important for everyone to read those reports, because oftentimes, I think somebody on the previous panel mentioned this, like they languish, right? So there's recommendations made and they just languish. And honestly, the only way for them not to languish is for people to contact the Board of Supervisors and say, this is important to us, because the Board of Supervisors really wants to know what the community thinks. They want to know what constituents think, because constituents vote for them. And so if there's a report out there that languishes without that sort of public pressure, right, which is great at the COC meeting, great, that's a great forum, but the Board of Supervisors aren't going to pay as much attention to what happened at the COC meeting as they are if you go to the Board of Supervisors meetings, if you write your supervisor, so that these recommendations by the COC, by OIG, don't languish and get the attention that they need. I'm going to ask another question, which is, has access to information provided by the passage of SB 1421, Senate Bill 2, and Senate Bill 16 have the access to this information, which previously was confidential, has any of that access improved oversight at all? And I'll first turn that over to Mr. Bennett.
Well, I think it has. Obviously, it's added more transparency to the process. And these are major incidents and incidents where the public trust is really at issue. And so it's giving the public some bit of a snapshot into what's going on in local law enforcement agencies. And it is helpful. But again, that the information that is revealed under those legislative provisions aren't really the bread and butter issues that confront law enforcement per se. They are the major incidents. They are the George Floyd incidents. They are the incidents where you see some misconduct or some incident of an egregious nature that the public has concern about. But they're not the run-of-the-mill incidents. For example, the incidents that you are talking about and that Judge Bonner is referencing, et cetera. So it has helped, but more robust transparency is going to be needed if you're going to have effective oversight.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Camacho of the ACLU has a presentation, which we're going to see now so that we can see how the ACLU also provides oversight in a different way than some governmental agencies do.
Thanks so much, Dara. And I'm actually going to hit on some of the points that you made also about the reporting that comes out in the various entities in LA County. So ACLU SoCal has brought cases against the Sheriff's Department for issues in custody since 1975. And I put together this timeline that kind of shows how what ACLU's involvement, which is all on the part below the line, kind of fits in with the other bodies in LA County and other kind of government entities that's on the top of the line. So you see, the Civil Brand Commission has actually been doing in custody oversight since 1956. They're the oldest group on this chart, and then ACLU comes in 1975 with our first lawsuit, which is called Rutherford. And you see kind of along the bottom, the different cases that we've brought, and the next slides will go into that a little bit more. But at the top, you see kind of LA County's oversight becomes more and more robust over time. It starts in 2012, the statewide Board of State and Community Corrections comes into play, setting minimum standards for custody conditions statewide. The Citizens Commission on Jail Violence in LA County starts investigating uses of force in the jails, which then ends up birthing both the Office of the Inspector General and the Civilian Oversight Commission. In 2016, the U.S. Department of Justice brought a case that is also still ongoing regarding mental health services in the jail and people held in the places in the jail for people who require mental health care. And coming up likely in 2024, 2025, the California Department of Justice had an ongoing investigation into the Sheriff's Department, and it remains to be seen kind of what that will cover. So I tell people who ask me about my work and working in LA County that I don't know of a county that has a more robust oversight system, has more players involved, and yet you'll see that there are still a lot of gaps in terms of enforcement and accountability, even with all of these folks in play. So with regard to the ACLU, we have 4 cases that deal with certain jail conditions in the jails. Our first one in 1975 has to do with provision of mattresses, clean linens, recreation time, television. And then over the years in different enforcement actions, we went into the court for conditions of overcrowding in the inmate reception center that we went in 2006 and again in 2022 to deal with kind of massive overcrowding and human rights abuses there. We had a case in the 80s, Robertson versus Luna, that at that time was for just gay men in the LA County jail system, and is now kind of expanded to more LGBTQ focus. Generally, people under this lawsuit are housed in MCJ, Twin Towers, and CRDF, the women's facility in Linwood. We have a case that's related, that's for violations of the Americans with Disability Act, but only as to people with mobility disabilities. So the provision of wheelchairs, transportation, the ADA showers, and physical therapy, recreation out of cell time. And our last one, which is Rosas versus Luna, which I've mentioned before, is our use of force case, also has to do with retaliation and grievances, and only in the downtown facilities. So I think one thing to notice here is that even though we have 4 lawsuits and they cover a wide range of topics, they don't cover everything. So for example, the conditions in Men's Central Jail, the plumbing, the fact that the gates don't work, the kind of the very horrible conditions throughout. We don't have a lawsuit that specifically has any orders related to that. We also don't have any lawsuits related to medical, which is another huge issue in the jails. So when it
Can I ask you a quick question, just
sure,
in
sure.
1 second? So I note that these are all versus Luna, but obviously they've been in existence for a long time. So it didn't start out. It's just that whenever there's a new sheriff, you substitute that sheriff.
Correct.
Just
So
to be
yes.
clear. So these,
So I
like,
believe it was Robertson versus Pitches, perhaps, in 75.
pulled
It's
that.
been Bach before. Rosas was originally versus Baca. So it's against the sheriff, and most of them are also against the LA County writ large. But yes, it's a helpful clarifying.
I just want to make clear
Yes.
how old they were and that these aren't just all new lawsuits.
No, these are 75, 86. It was on the previous slide, I think 2008 and 2012, perhaps, and all still ongoing. I always win when there's a group of lawyers and they ask you, what's your oldest case? And I say, my oldest case is 2 years older than I am. So, which goes to show some of the issues with monitoring and reporting. So with all of these different agencies, there's actually a lot of information available to the public, but there's a really limited audience for a lot of these reports, and even more limited enforcement power. So in certain of the court cases, there are regular reports made to the court. So in the U.S. Department of Justice case, in the Johnson case, in the Rosas case, the neutral monitors make regular reports to the court. And in Johnson, that's actually the OIG. In Rutherford, County Council makes certain reports to the court based on just the IRC issues there. And again, these are limited to orders in these cases. So there isn't, the Rosas monitors are not going to report even on uses of force in the north facilities because the case is only limited to the downtown facilities. Hardly anybody reads these. To the Sheriff's Department credit, they actually have them up on the website, but they're very limited audience. And the court won't automatically act on them. It's just informing the court of problems. And it takes the attorneys in the cases going back into the court and asking for enforcement in order for anything to happen, even if the reports are showing non-compliance in all of the orders. There's also a lot of public reporting, the Civil Brand Commission, the OIG, the Board of State and Community Corrections, and even certain government mandated reports. The Sheriff's Department now has to report on in-custody deaths, for example, are kind of all very public. There's varying degrees of usefulness here. The SBC reports and the OIG reports are incredibly detailed. The OIG ones are very well researched. The SBC reports are very current. It's based on visits they've made to the jail, usually within the previous month or two. And the BSCC reports are both impossible to find and often not very helpful. And in all of these public reports, the Sheriff's Department does not have to act on any of the information presented. So for example, within the last year, the SBC and the OIG identified and wrote on problems in Men's Central Jail, the 4600 block, which is for LGBTQ plus people with high security clearances. Horrible rat infestations, plumbing problems, kind of standing water with feces. It was just horrible. And the OIG went so far as to recommend that it be closed. And nobody acted on it, either the SBC reporting or the OIG reporting. It's still open. Nobody was moved out. I think there have been some efforts to mitigate some of the rat and cleaning issues, but not a lot has changed. The BSCC recently identified, again, overcrowding problems in the dorms for mental health people in both MCJ and Pitchess North. Basically, they said the dorms are rated for 64 people only, and about 80 to 90 people are being housed in the dorms on the daily basis. And this is thousands of people, like not just a small amount of people that are in these overcrowded dorms. But the BSCC has zero enforcement power. So I think the Sheriff's Department had to write a letter, and they said that they're aware, but there's no like actual plan to reduce the population in those dorms. There's also public meetings. The SBC, the COC obviously, and even the BSCC hold public meetings. There's really low attendance at this meeting, very little public comment, even though I think the people, particularly the SBC, would love more engagement, but it's hard. It's during work hours. It's hard to, I guess, generate enough public interest that kind of people will take time out of their workday to attend, even though I think they're very, very informative. And I guess maybe as an example, too, of kind of one of the reasons why it's helpful to attend and see issues over time. I attend as part of my job, and I saw that the SBC kept raising the issue of going into Twin Towers, which is generally for people with mental health issues, and raising the issue of when they were going on their visits, they were seeing deputies watching TV or movies instead of doing their job. They raised that in their meetings. They wrote a letter to the Board of Supervisors and raised that as one of many issues. The OIG ended up reporting within that next year that somebody died in Twin Towers by suicide, and that the deputy who was supposed to be doing safety checks was watching a movie. So there has to be attendance, there has to be visibility, but there's a problem when kind of, even though SBC and OIG would like something to happen with these reports, there isn't any sort of automatic enforcement to it. And just 2 weeks ago, I was in Twin Towers and I ran into a deputy playing Minecraft on one of the computers. So it's an ongoing issue. The Sheriff's Department is aware of it, but none of these entities kind of have the ability to change the sheriff's behavior. So enforcement, as I was saying. So note that kind of all of the groups from the previous slide, SBC, OIG, BSCC, CSC, COC, they fall off on this chart, on this slide. None of them have, again, the ability to change sheriff behavior. There are court orders that often do result in some good action and good changes, but then things can slip. So for example, in 2006, the ACLU, people who were there at ACLU at the time, I was still in law school at that point, but went into court when there was overcrowding in the IRC that was causing people to stay there for days on end in the reception center where there are no beds. It's temporary, you're not supposed to stay there for longer. Some changes were put into place in 2006, but in 2022, things fell apart again. I was now here at this point, and there were people chained to what's called this front bench area for literal days at a time. and people staying in the IRC for, 4, 6, 7 days. It was a really horrific situation. And we went into court and took about a year or so, got some good court orders. And we've actually seen that hold for now. It's been over a year with the new orders in place, and it's held, and we've not seen the same problems return. So I'm not saying that court orders never make a difference. They definitely can, but as an example, in my first slide from our 1975 case, we have an order for mattresses, and the BSCC came in 2012 and put in Title 15, everybody has to have a mattress. And yet we've been doing advocacy and research this year, and people are still spending days on metal bunks without mattresses. People are still having moldy mattresses. People are still getting half mattresses. And so we're doing a lot of internal advocacy, trying to get some change and get some attention to this court order that's been in place for nearly 50 years. I'm hoping it's not going to require us going into court. It shouldn't require us going into court. People should just be, the county, the sheriff's department should be meeting its basic obligations. Part of the issue also here with court orders is that while we can use the courts, we have opposing counsel, we have county counsel, we have the unions sometimes get involved. So that can actually slow enforcement down. Our use of force case, we went into court to try and get stronger head strike policies because people were still getting hit in the head consistently outside of policy. We were, we thought, we were told we had, agreed to a head strike policy, and then the union came in and said there had not been a sufficient meet and confer process, and that process then got slowed down for another 8 or 9 months while we waited for county council to deal with that. I know that has also interfered with the OIG and COC investigation into deputy gangs. So the courts isn't just a one-way tool. It's not always going to kind of result in kind of what the public might want to see in terms of accountability, because it's not only our tool. The county can use it as well. Money judgments in other cases, individuals can sue too. Families can sue if their loved ones die. People who experience horrible conditions in custody can sue as well. Last year, the county paid out $150 million for settlements related to the LA Sheriff's Department. That does not come from the Sheriff's Department's budget. And it doesn't seem to impact all the time the kind of what the Sheriff's Department does in custody. So some years ago, the Sheriff's Department lost a case that another law firm brought on group strip searches in the women's jail here in Linwood, a $53 million budget. And yet group strip searches are still happening in the men's facilities. In September of 2021, there was an incident where there was a report of a gun in Men's Central Jail, and a group of men were stripped completely naked, zip tied with their hands tied behind their backs, and walked down about 4 flights of stairs. That group found some lawyers and sued. Again, that was in September of 2021. I took a look at the docket, and it looks like they're getting close to settling the case. And in a recent status report just that came out a couple weeks ago, the plaintiff's counsel said they're concerned that the Board of Supervisors might not even approve that settlement for another year. So, that's going to be about 5 years. And kind of as everybody in this room knows, justice delayed is justice denied. And I don't see it impacting necessarily the policies in place, even on group strip searches in LASD. I'll just go through that last ones quickly. The DA can prosecute, the U.S. Department of Justice can prosecute. That's incredibly rare. The DA even just turned down a case that went public 2 summers ago, I believe, where there's a video publicly available, if you want to Google it, of deputies slamming somebody's head into a concrete wall. Huge gashes on his head. He was handcuffed at the time, and the DA declined to prosecute, saying that from the video, it didn't look like, maybe he put himself into the wall, which if the video is also available online, you can look at it. It's not what happened, but the DA declined to prosecute. It's also unclear both in the US DOJ ability to prosecute, both in individual cases and in the large mental health case. I'm a little concerned in the change in administration and of what kind of teeth that's going to have. LA County now also has the ability to remove sheriffs. That was a great measure that was passed recently, but that's only going to be for really egregious abuse, not sort of the garden variety human rights violations in custody and in patrol. So what can we do? I would encourage everybody to stay engaged. Kind of as I mentioned previously, there's a lot of political power of the LA Sheriff's Union and other law enforcement unions. The Board of Supervisors needs to hear from the public and feel the political pressure from the public. So if you want more information on what's happening in custody, it's a matter of attending the meetings, reading the reports, getting involved, and potentially going to the LA County Board of Supervisors meetings and making public comment there, finding out who your supervisor is, writing them, send them copies of what you think is interesting in the reports, demand that they do something. I guess a tangent here, just because I didn't mention the summary corrective action plans. That's if there is a lawsuit that settles for anything, this is patrol, in custody death, the county has to put together the summary of like what will be done differently next time. And thankfully right now, at least they're up online and you can take a look and see what comes into play there. And my last point is one of the reasons why I think pressure on the Board of Supervisors is necessary is that while a lot of what happens in custody is kind of on the sheriff's shoulders, not all of it is. There are too many people in custody. Max Huntsman of the OIG has said this over and over again. The Director of Correctional Health Services has said that there are far too many people for them to treat effectively. Community members have said this. And remember, this is jail. Most people are pretrial. So they're just there because they can't afford bail. So the Board of Supervisors needs to fund more diversion programs, more independent pretrial services, and kind of put money into programs that are going to decrease the population. This is especially important now that Prop 36 has passed, which kind of bumps up a lot of misdemeanors that were misdemeanors up to felonies. I'm worried about what that's going to do to the population in custody. And it's really only the Board of Supervisors. The Sheriff's Department's power is limited in reducing overcrowding. The board has much more power. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would just add one other thing. In addition to criminal prosecutions, the California Department of Justice or the Federal Department of Justice can do civil rights violation investigations, civil rights investigations, and the California Department of Justice did that. They have not filed a lawsuit, but I believe that it's been publicly reported that the county knows some of the findings of those investigations. So that all remains confidential at this point. The California Department of Justice could file a lawsuit, in which case some of that information would likely be made public, but obviously not with names in it. We are very short on time. I think we're over at this point, but I will read a couple questions here. The first one is, can the COC get access to information that must be released under 1421 or any of the other Senate bills? And the answer is everyone can. So the Sheriff's Department publishes some of that information on their transparency page. The other way to ask for that information is through a Public Records Act request. So everybody in the public has access to whatever information is required to be and has made public under those code sections. And I would encourage people to explore the Sheriff's Department transparency page. They do have information on in custody deaths. They actually have to post those within 10 days of an in custody death. And then most of the other information is post investigation, but there's information on deputy involved shootings and other things with regard to the Sheriff's Department. So the COC does have access to that information. Somebody asked a question, but I think it's really more in the form of a comment, which is that, community policing is not, it's not just about reforming the Sheriff's Department. It's also about the community. And that when the community has a Sheriff's Department that it can trust, and this individual who is the president of the National Association for Equal Justice in America pointed out, is that the only way you can get the public to help you is to engage with the community. I'm a former prosecutor. I actually was deputy at the DA's office in the hardcore gang division. And, we would have shootings where, there'd be a video of people, surveillance camera of people milling about the street, and then a shooting happened, and then everyone was gone and nobody would talk, right? So if you want the community to engage and give you information, the community has to trust you. They have to trust that their best interests are at heart and that you want to keep them safe. So part of community policing and part of reform and part of civilian oversight is to engage the community in such a way that they trust law enforcement enough to help law enforcement, in addition to all the other reasons for civilian oversight. And the final question that I'm going to present is, how do you report a narcissistic attorney? Because I find this question very amusing. Because you'd really have to report most of us to the state bar. Because most of us like to talk for a very, very long time and hear what we have to say. So I don't believe that there is a rule of ethics for reporting us, but the state bar is where you would want to report an attorney for any ethics violations. With that, I will just turn it over to the panel to see if anyone has anything else to add before we wrap up here. Mr. Bennett?
Well, the only thing, thank you so much. The only thing I would say is that, in just closing, that your access, back to the original question that you had asked me, the access that you seek to confidential records is not necessarily a matter of law. It's a matter of policy and will. And if the county has the will to allow access to confidential records, and it is a meet and confer issue for sure under the Myers-Millis-Brown Act, I agree with counsel, that can be done. And the law does not restrict or prohibit the external oversight body from getting access to confidential information if the county desires it, and if the county desires to engage with the union on meet and confer. That's a matter of practice and policy. And Evidence Code Section 1040 makes that clear, as well as a careful review of Penal Code Sections 832.5 through 832.7. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could just, if we have a moment, I wanted to put this to Mr. Bennett, and that is that once we get over the hurdle of a legal framework to access confidential information, and I hope we will, the process is probably going to require a meet and confer process with the labor unions, ALADS and BOPA. And as we've learned, that can really take a very long time. And I just want to use one example, and that is currently we are involved, we're not even part of it. The county sheriff's department and ALADS are involved in a meet and confer process over our subpoena authority of Measure R 4 years ago. We cannot issue a subpoena to anybody below the rank of captain because it's tied up in a meet and confer process. And that's taken place now, I think, almost a year and a half. So, Mr. Bennett, what can be done? Help us.
Well, Judge, I can tell you this. Look, meet and confer does take time. And the only, meet and confer requires, under the Myers-Millis-Brown Act, it requires good faith negotiations. Here in the city of San Diego, we're going through a similar issue. We're getting ready to start meet and confer in terms of the investigatory procedures that the city charter gives us access to. The thing that I find is helpful in meet and confer is public pressure. Number one, look, the county has to have a will to do it. And if the County of Los Angeles, and if they have no will to even involve or engage in the meet and confer process to grant civilian oversight greater access, that's a big problem. But once they have the will to do it, and once you engage in the meet and confer process, a lot of times public pressure will drive the associations to do something to help expedite the process. And that's what we found here in San Diego, in the county, and in the city. So I think that, once there's a will to do this, and the county takes a step forward and doesn't hide behind the law, because the law doesn't necessarily say you can't have access to it. The law does say it has to be confidential, but the law doesn't tell the county how far and how broad that confidentiality may go. And to the extent that you do it within the context of meet and confer, it can be done. Just like I said, I can't put a timeline on the process, but it can work where there's a will and where the public is involved also.
All right, we have to wrap up. We're over time now, so I'm apologized for the questions that we did not get to, and have a great rest of your day. Thank you.
If everyone can take their seats, please. We're going to start our next session. I would like to ask Andrea Wilson to come up on the stage. Andrea. So I would like to introduce everyone to Andrea Wilson. I just met her myself. So I'm gonna read a little bit about her bio. She is the director of LA County's Department of Public Health's Office of Violence Prevention. So Andrea, thank you so much for being here today, and then welcoming and introducing our fabulous keynote speaker.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Charmaine, and good afternoon. Good afternoon. I am so delighted to be here this afternoon to be a part of this conference. I am from Los Angeles County Department of Public Health's Office of Violence Prevention, and we have supported this conference since its inception for the past 4 years, along with others, but really feel like it is an important venue and forum to have important conversations and to continue to move forward to partner for progress. So we're really happy to be a part of this event. I want to thank the Civilian Oversight Commission, Executive Director Charmaine Mosley, the commissioners, the Commissioner Chair Bonner, and the staff. We work closely with Tracy, but the whole Civilian Oversight Commission staff, so thank you. And most of all, just thank you all for being here, because sometimes the conversation is difficult, but it is the only way that we will make our way forward, is to create spaces where we can come together and collectively think in innovative ways about how we make a way forward. So thank you all for who have been here all day and who are sticking through lunch and through the end of the day. I just want to say that thank you. So I'm taking off my glasses because I'm going to read some portions of Assemblymember Mike Gibson's bio. It is a very long bio, and you have it in your program. So I encourage you to read through the whole bio, because he has done quite a bit to advance efforts in a variety of ways. So I am going to read, but it is such a great honor and privilege to be able to introduce Assemblymember Mike Gibson. And before I do that, I just have to tell you, I did my homework. I read everything I could about Assemblymember Mike Gibson, but one thing stood out, and I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to read through the bio. You have it in your program, but there was a presentation where he was referred to as a magnificent human being who serves his community. So if you remember nothing else from my introduction, please remember that Assembly Member Mike Gibson is a magnificent human being who serves his community. And I had the pleasure of actually seeing that up front and in person on 2 occasions. Back in April 2022, he pulled together county people, community people, political leaders in an event at Cal State Dominguez Hills called It Takes a Village, addressing gun and gang violence, and where they literally showed how you make a ghost gun. And it was very impressive and resulted in a lot of good conversation and movement towards solutions. And then more recently in this year, again, part of an effort with board member Supervisor Holly Mitchell at Compton College, there was an event around street racing and takeovers, and Assemblymember Mike Gibson was there and shared his very personal story about that. And I have seen that in action. I've seen your work in action, and I'm about to read all the things that I might have not seen in action. But I want you to also know that we are your partner when it comes to gun violence, gang violence, all forms of violence, because that's really what our office, which was established by the Board of Supervisors in 2019, our mission is to strengthen coordination, partnerships, and capacity to address all forms of violence and address the root causes of violence and promote healing throughout LA County, and using a race equity lens and a public health approach to do that. So that's enough about that, and let me just read some highlights. Otherwise, I'll be up here too long, and I want to give time to. So sorry, I feel like I've already taken too much time. But Assemblymember Mike Gibson was proudly born and raised in the Watts community of Los Angeles. Assemblymember Gibson always knew that he wanted to make a positive difference in the lives of those he encountered. He understands that his why is to serve. It was his upbringing and the foundation provided by his parents that inspired Assemblymember Gibson's dedication to leading and serving others. His parents taught him to trust and believe in God, and that hard work will always pay off. This led him to become the first person in his family to graduate from college. Assemblymember Gibson's undeniable passion for public service propelled him to run and get elected to the Carson City Council, my hometown, Carson, in 2005. He served as mayor pro tem before running for the California State Assembly in 2014, where he has served since. Today, Assemblymember Gibson represents the new 65th Assembly District, which includes the areas of Watts, Willowbrook, Compton, Carson, North Long Beach, Harbor Gateway, North and South Harbor City, Wilmington, and San Pedro. So since joining the legislature, Assemblymember Gibson has been a true leader for his community and among his peers. In 2015, Assembly Speaker Emeritus Anthony Rendon appointed Assemblymember Gibson to serve as his right hand in the role of Assembly Democratic Caucus Chair. He served until July 2023, making him the longest serving Assembly Democratic Caucus Chair in California state history. Assemblymember Gibson is also an active member of the California Legislative Black Caucus, as well as chair of the 76th Council of State Governments West, which currently represents 13 states. He has championed groundbreaking legislation to ban ghost guns, and we appreciate that, among his other efforts to prevent gun violence and his advocating for gun safety legislation in the state of California. He is a diligent champion for his district and in providing resources and funding for important programs in communities that have been historically underserved. In 2022, Assemblymember Gibson secured nearly $4 billion in state funding for things that really invested in youth and in youth development, in mental health services and workforce development. Notably, Assemblymember Gibson's work in the areas of police reform, education, social justice, health, and housing has resulted in several awards that include Legislator of the Year by the California Association of Black Lawyers, the 2021 Champions for Adults with Sickle Cell Disease by the Sickle Cell Disease Foundation, the Outstanding Legislator Award by the Community College League of California, and the Legislator of the Year, again by the Children's Law Center, among many others. Assemblymember Gibson resides in Carson with his wife, his sons, and his 5 beautiful grandchildren. Without further delay, let me bring up Assemblymember Mike Gibson.
Let me say good afternoon to each and every one of you. First of all, Andrea, thank you so very much for that warm introduction. I absolutely appreciate it. I want to pause for a moment and thank Ms. Mosley, as well as Ms. Jordan for extending the invitation for me to come out this afternoon. I want to read one of my favorite quotes. The best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in service of others. Mahatma Gandhi said that. The best way to serve is lose yourself to be able to help somebody else in our community. And so, Ms. Mosley, thank you very much for your great and tremendous leadership. To Tracy Jordan, thank you for again, send the invitation for me to come out. Can you just do me a favor? Can you just put your hands together and let's give them a round of applause? I know that because this is an oversight conference, but I want to also acknowledge in his absence, my good friend, Sheriff Luna. I remember just years and years ago when he served as the deputy chief in the city of Long Beach. And we would absolutely, every Christmas, we would serve homeless people in the city of Long Beach. And Luna was on my right-hand side, and Jim McDonald was the chief of police in Long Beach, was at my left side. And now to see both of these two men leading these great departments in California in law enforcement, my heart does joy in terms of it, because I've seen firsthand the work that they've done. I also want to underscore the great work that the sheriff, this oversight committee does day in and day out. I want to underscore that, Paul, and thank you very much for being here all the way from San Francisco. I want to say thank you very much. Everybody can be great because everyone can serve. You don't have to have a college degree in order to serve. Your verbs don't have to agree in order to serve. All you only need is a heart full of grace and a soul full of love. And that's what Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said. And so as we serve our community, as we serve the people, then it is incumbent upon us to love the people. And so again, I realize that you could extend the invitation to anyone here in the County of Los Angeles, but I'm very grateful that you extended the invitation to myself for today. I want to say welcome to each and every one of you. You're sitting and standing in the 65th State Assembly District. The district represents the community in which I stand on shoulders. I stand on the shoulders as a Watts child who was born and raised in this community. I represent Compton. I represent North Long Beach, Harbor Gateway, North and South Harbor City, Wilmington, North Long Beach, San Pedro. That makes up the 65th district. In addition to that, I represent 80 elementary schools, 15 high schools, 15 middle schools, 7 span schools, 2 universities, and 2 community colleges. Why am I taking all the time? Because I want you to get what I'm saying, who I represent. Any given time, day or night, Friday, Saturday, there could be something jumping off my district. And so the work that I do is intentional. And I want to pause because I wouldn't be able to go home without acknowledging my sister-in-law, Starlet Atkins. Where are you? Thank you very much. Can you guys give my sister-in-law a round of applause? She said, oh my God. And let me simply say this. For me, it's important that I serve this community because it has a lot of issues going on. It is important for me to stand here today, and I'm honored to stand here on your 4th annual Oversight of Law Enforcement Conference here at Magic Johnson's Park. I want to also underscore, again, my gratitude. But it takes each and every one of you under the sound of my voice. Law enforcement can't be everywhere all the time because they're not God, because God is omnipresent. He can be here and in Japan at the same time. And the reason why I say that is because it's going to take all of us collectively to do the work to make our streets and our communities safe. And so when I was reading, your theme, partnering for progress, innovative and effective approaches to citizens oversight. Well, and then I went to your website where it talked about accountability and transparency. Well, that's what I lead with in the role as a state assembly member. And let me say this, I'd say this unapologetically, because the work that I do and the work that each and every one of you do day in and day out should be intentional. It should be intentional. You see, people ask me, Mike, why do you go so hard? When do you sleep? I tell people I sleep at railroad crossings and stop signs. You think I'm joking? Leadership costs. I don't care if you're wearing a uniform or not. You have a responsibility to our community, each and every one of you, to make sure that we have a safe community from guns, violence, and drugs in our community. It's not just law enforcement's responsibility. I hope I'm saying something. Many of us, I'm included, sometimes we get so comfortable going home, driving our car in the driveway, parking it on the streets, and that's the last time you see us until it's time for us to get back in the car and we're gone. But there is something going on down the street, and we close a blind eye to it. Let me tell you something, damn it. Because there are people's lives on the line. People say, Mike, what keeps you up at night? Well, let me tell you what keeps me up at night. It's getting a knock at the door from law enforcement telling me that some young person just lost their lives in a street takeover. That's what keeps me up at night. When a 14-year-old boy in Compton snuck out of the house at night around 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning and went to a street racing contest. And the mama got a knock at the door, and she said, no, my son is in the room asleep. And she went to his bed, and he wasn't there. And she had to go to identify the body. 14 years old. This is what keeps me up at night. Because I don't wish that to any parent under the sound of my voice. For you to experience being on Channel 7 talking about your son or daughter was killed in a drive-by shooting. No parent needs to go through that. If you read my bio, and this is not even on script, but if you read my bio, it will tell you that I lost my son. Our son was killed at 3 years old by a hit-and-run motorist who, if she's not dead, she's still hiding out. Oh, I didn't tell you that she killed and hit our son in front of my wife. And she took off. Oh, I forgot to tell you. All that happened at the same time that my wife's father served in uniform for the Los Angeles Police Department at the Southwest Division for 27 years. At the same time, my uncle served as a United States Marshal, and his sons, FBI, CIA, my cousin, the first captain, black, at the Phoenix Police Department in Arizona. This thing about service is important. I'm so grateful that my speaker, former Speaker Emeritus Anthony Rendon, appointed me to chair the Select Committee on Police Reform. I stopped saying police reform, but would say is reimagining what law enforcement looked like in the state of California without those who are in uniform losing their lives, without them losing their lives. Because I don't know how many deputy sheriffs in this room has ever had a partner who was killed that you rode with them every single day. I have. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I was the first African-American last to be a police officer in the history of the Maywood Police Department. Maywood Police Department no longer exists. LA County Sheriff is now providing law enforcement services to that city. They gave me an opportunity to serve in uniform, that city. And let me tell you, it was the most rewarding thing of my entire life at that time, to serve that community in uniform. Because I had an old chief of police, he was real old, and there's nothing wrong with being old, because if we live long enough, we all gonna go down that road. But he had an old school kind of theology that he believed that we had to know people in the community. So I knew the Rodriguez family, I knew the Garcia family, I knew the Hernandez family by name and their children. We had to get out of the car, and we not only passed out baseball cards and stickers resembling our badges, but we had to make sure the community-based policing exists in a small community like the city of Maywood. And we had residents, we had a partnership with the residents that was unbreakable. I just said something for a moment. That was unbreakable. It is all of our responsibility in this room. Don't try to leave it to someone else. And so when I became the chair of the Select Committee on Police Reform in the state of California as an assembly member, one of the biggest deals I had to try to address took place when George Floyd was murdered in 2020 at 46 years old. And in that city, in that community, on April the 20th, 2023, they enacted their first commission on police oversight as a result of George Floyd being murdered. I will simply say this, and please don't get it twisted. There are bad apples in every career. I got some Whether you are a teacher or a firefighter, I don't paint careers with a broad brush, because there are bad elected officials as well. And we've seen a number of them go to jail in Washington, D.C. and other places. So my responsibility is making sure that we create reimagining some policies in this state of California that doesn't jeopardize those who serve our community. One of my good friends named Randy, he was a SWAT police officer. I'll never forget getting the call around 5 o'clock in the morning. No, got the phone call. It went into voicemail because I was asleep. Checked the voicemail. I need you to call me right away. Finding out that Randy, there was a barricaded suspect. He responded as a SWAT, LAPD. And what Randy would do in his free time is he took an old UPS truck, cut it out, and he would drive up in front of high schools and give the students information, not only about law enforcement, about becoming law enforcement, finding this as a career, but also different biblical tracts. That's what he would do, because he was also served his local church. That's where I met him. And then when he went, he kissed his son goodbye, said, "I'll see you later." And later never came. Later never came. And so I won't go into the story, but I simply want to let you know that, one, losing a partner, losing friends who've been in uniform is very serious to me. So for someone like me who chair this police reform, we have to create balance. We have to create balance. In 2020, wrote the George Floyd Act, Assembly Bill 1196, that banned chokeholds. The city of Los Angeles, back in 1982, banned the city of Los Angeles LAPD from using these kind of chokeholds because Chief Darrell Gates said black people necks was just too thin. And that's the reason why they died. And that was a lie from the very pit of hell. So we wrote a law making sure that chokeholds, these kinds of things, what killed George Floyd, didn't exist in the state. Excited delirium that doesn't exist in any kind of medical, scientific, it wasn't not even backed up by scientific study. No medical credible institution said that this even exists. So we wrote this bill banning excited delirium. Why? Because a young man named Angelo Quinto, Northern California, Antioch, California, he served this country as a United States veteran. He had a mental breakdown at home. Law enforcement was called, and they stayed on his neck too long, and he died 2 days later. And so we sought out to try to make sure that we correct these kinds of things in our community, to making sure that no one has to die like that. At the same time, making sure that we protect law enforcement, making sure that we protect our community, and building bridges that are absolutely critical for our communities moving forward. In the community, especially which I represent, that I love. A number of bills that my colleagues have written that came through our committee. Assembly Bill 26 by Mr. Chris Holden out of Pasadena created a guideline for officers to intercede if another officer is using excessive force. We're talking about accountability and transparency at the same time. And there's many, many more bills. Reginald Jones Sawyer wrote a bill, AB 889, basically raising the age limit to 21 years of age in order for you to be a police officer. And the reason why that was important is because, one, critical thinking. We want to make sure that, one, you're in fact an adult, but also have some college behind you to help you take on this great responsibility as a law enforcement officer in this state of California. So this governor has signed a number of bills, and he did this with much deliberation from not only the legislature, but also from community at the same time. At the same time, we want to make sure that we create the kind of balance that is important for our community. It is important that, one, that we do everything we can to get illegal guns off of the streets, drugs and gang and domestic violence. So I lead in the state when it comes down to guns, especially ghost guns. Years ago, when ghost guns exploded on the scene, they were taking off so many guns off of our streets, you couldn't even keep count. LAPD one summer took 1,300 ghost guns off of the streets. For some of you who may not know what a ghost gun is, a gun that is made at home. It is made for the sole purpose and the intent to not disclose identities. It has no serial number, which means that the Department of Justice doesn't even know it exists. But you can create a ghost gun that would absolutely do irreparable damage and kill someone. City of Long Beach did a gun buyback. They had more ghost guns that they bought off the streets from that gun buyback than they did regular guns. TSA, because it's plastic, allowed it to go through TSA, not even knowing that it was made because it's plastic. These are issues that we're tackling as a state legislature each and every day. The NRA had named me enemy number one. And when they did that, I sought out to defund the NRA. People did not know, especially state employees, did not know who have their retirement in PERS, that we was investing their retirement into the NRA. One lady said, "You mean to tell me that my retirement and money from my retirement was investing into the NRA on the stock market?" Yes, it was. "You mean to tell me my neighbor's kid who just got killed by a drive-by shooting, that the blood potentially could be on my hands?" Mr. Esters, I didn't say anything about that. But the fact of the matter is, we did the work that was necessary to defund and to cause the NRA to file bankruptcy that year. and we'll do it again if necessary. The oversight process is one that I'm fascinated with, and I appreciate this great vision. A vision for safe communities, free from gun violence, discrimination, working towards uplifting everyone to thrive in our community. It is important, family. It is important that we buy into this vision, that we can coexist with law enforcement and the community together. It's bridging the gap so that we can strengthen our community moving forward. Do you understand that there are more things that bring us together than divide us? If we just work together. And sometimes working together, sometimes I have to swallow my pride, even in the state legislature, and support a colleague who has a good idea. He has a good bill that can help strengthen the community which I represent. But some people, because he has an R and a D, will cause people to lose consciousness and get stupid and not support that individual. Well, I support ideals that make people's lives better and strengthen our communities. And I believe that's the era in which we're moving in the state of California, in our communities. And so I'm very unapologetic when it comes down to those kinds of things, because my community needs so much. And I just made my 6th term as a member of the state legislature just this week. And thank you. And one of the things that I've learned as a member, almost 12 years being in my term, is reaching across the aisle. Even though we may have, my mother always say, we can disagree without being disagreeable. And if I can't support you today on an issue, I'm sure we can find other issues that I can support you on. So that's why this relationship with this oversight commission, and law enforcement, it is absolutely necessary. And you find more and more cities bringing in these kinds of oversights to create the kind of relationships, the kind of meaningful relationships that communities need to strengthen our community. And let me simply say this, because I know time is far spent and I have to get to another event. But I want to say this, that I am of the opinion that my life belongs to the community. And as I live, it is a privilege to do anything and everything that I possibly can to serve this community. And that means building bridges. I've always said this, I'd rather build a bridge and not a wall. Let me say that again in case someone nodded off. I would rather build a bridge and not a wall. So let's build the kind of bridges that we need to help move our community forward. But understand this, it's going to take each and every one of us to build the kind of village. It takes a village to raise a child. And I hope that each and every one of you, under the sound of my voice, because you're here, that you're building the kind of bridges in your community, in our community, that are significant, not just with law enforcement, but just with each other. Just with each other. And one of the things that I've learned in this very short time, we're going to need each other more than ever. Regardless of who you voted for on Tuesday, it's going to mean that each and every one of us come together. Ms. Mosley, all of us coming together. It is not time for us to get stupid and get stuck on stupid. I don't like this person. I don't like that person. I don't like that person because of the color of their skin. That doesn't help our community move forward. But what does is what we do in the legislature is reach across the aisle and embrace the kinds of ideals that make us whole, that makes California unique and great. Do you understand? Because you're here, each and every one of you are a leader. And sometimes leadership costs. Because some people are misunderstood. Some people are rocks thrown across them. Or some people even get death threats for representing possibility and hope and democracy in this country, for doing the right thing. Well, people died just so that we can have some freedoms that we have today. And let me simply say this. I don't know why I'm going down this aisle, but I remember 1955. Well, I read about it. 1955, a young child was killed by the name of Emmett Till. I remember in 1963, 4 black girls at the 16th Baptist Church, and the church was bombed. I remember, and you remember, 1965, the Watts riot, because a community felt unappreciated. A community felt insignificant. A community felt like they were being written out of the script of Los Angeles. And a community rose up. Let us not ever go back down that road again. It's going to take each and every leader in this room to push past sometime how you feel and do it for the betterment of our community. It is our responsibility. And let me say this, and I'm going to ask Ms. Mosley and also the chair of the board to please come so I can present this certificate. It is all of our responsibility to do everything that we can to help build our community. You don't have to have a title by the name of assembly member. You don't have to have the title behind your name called commissioner, senator. You don't have to have a title in order to do the work that's needed to be done in our community. Because as you roll your sleeve up to make our community better, you are saving countless lives. So if you get nothing out of what I just said, law enforcement, let's build the bridge. Community, let's build the bridge. And together, we will find our best days are yet ahead of us. So on behalf of the California State Assembly that I'm happy to represent, of the people in the 65th Assembly District, the Los Angeles County Sheriff Citizens Oversight Commission, and county collaboration, on behalf of the California State Assembly and the residents of the 65th Assembly District, we commend you on your efforts to improve law enforcement practices, advocacy for civil rights, and creating a safe and more just and equitable environment in our community throughout the county of Los Angeles. Your collaboration and steadfast resolve continue to inspire, continue to inspire and uplift our community. Thank you for all your efforts. We believe that the best is still yet to come. This day, November the 8th, 2024, is signed by Mike Gibson, but it's actually given on behalf of the 500,000 people that I'm so honored and blessed to represent.
Destroying the mic. I might as well just hold it. And thank you, Assembly Member, for delivering such a courageous speech. It was very uplifting, moving, and gave me chills. So thank you for your inspiring words. And I'm going to do better because we're going to present you with, surprise, thank you for participating in our Civilian Oversight Conference and taking your time to be here with us today. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I have some good news for you. So early, some of you came in later, but early on, one of the first people that spoke said that good communication is about listening 80% and speaking 20%. Just a little bit, you're going to get to do your 20%. But we do have one more panel. I'm going to invite the panelists to come on and join me now. And as they're coming, I'll tell you, my name is Robert Sowell. I use he, him pronouns. I serve as Assistant Executive Director of the County's Commission on Human Relations. We champion human rights to cultivate healthy relations throughout the county by working to transform prejudice into justice, inequity in prejudice into acceptance, inequity into justice, hostility into peace, and border guards into bridge builders. Many of us think that our best service is to guard borders, to guard our separations, but as we have just been reminded, our best service is to build bridges. It's our great pleasure to partner again with the Civilian Oversight Commission in producing the Community Policing Conference, this particular one to focus on oversight. This is our third panel today. It is Voices for Change and Oversight. We're going to explore together the critical role of community advocacy in supporting fulfillment of rights to safety and security with effective law enforcement oversight. The panel, I'm not going to be reading their bios. We have been pressed for time, but you have them, and I want to encourage you to look at them because you're going to recognize how privileged we are to have such a group of dynamic community advocates and individuals directly impacted by and a part of what law enforcement does in relationship with communities. As you can see in their bios, we are going to be well informed and inspired by this group of leaders. You can expect that from this experience, you're going to gain some deeper understanding of community perspectives and productive methods that are essential to developing and improving civilian oversight. So this discussion is going to highlight best practices. We're going to address common challenges and provide actionable suggestions for enhancing civilian oversight moving forward. Then following the panel, then we'll have that opportunity for all of us to be able to share together in an exchange for key takeaways and collaborative action steps. And that's going to be the opportunity for you to engage with one another in meaningful dialogue and explore some practical strategies. So I'm going to get right into this. And so rather than doing a formal introduction, I'm going to ask each of you a particular question. Let me just ask you, when you respond to the first question, if you would just do a brief introduction of yourself and where you're from, and then respond to the question. All right, we good? You ready? All right, here we go. So let me first of all address a question to John. So if you would take a moment, please introduce yourself and then share with us an example of a successful advocacy campaign that led to real improvement in police community relations, something that you've been involved with where you've seen it work.
Sure, thank you. Sure, the mic's on. First thing I want to say, good afternoon and thank the commission and law enforcement. I'm very humbled to be here today. My name is John Davis. I represent Avalon Gardens community here in Willowbrook area. So once again, I want to say thank you all for being here. One of the biggest, to your question, sir, one of the biggest thing that our community, that I as president have done, was build a relationship with our law enforcement. And with that, bringing them to the community, having conversations with law enforcement, but not just with me, but law enforcement in the community. And with me being president since 2018, that relationship have grown so much. And I just once again say, I wanted to thank law enforcement because we learned a lot from each other. Not from the media, not from the newspaper, but from each other. And that's the respect from community to law enforcement. And it's times when we went out in situations to support law enforcement and vice versa. So that's one of the biggest, one of the biggest improvement that we have done in our community is working with law enforcement.
Working deliberately to establish and maintain those relationships. That's what I
Correct.
heard you say. And has that been done through kind of casual contact? Have you had scheduled times together?
What we have done when we had our community meetings, we invite them. And that gives community an opportunity to know the officers. Officers know the community. Not so where police, the sheriff department would come and just come through your community. They're actually talking to community. And sometimes it gave conversations where we don't like to talk about what we did talk about. So it opens it opens the door and improve relationships.
Great. Thank you. Let me go now to Brittana. And if you would please introduce yourself and then share with us a personal experience that illustrates the importance of relationship building between community members and law enforcement.
Well, again, my name is Brittana Robinson. I represent the 4th District for the LA County Youth Commission. And to answer your question, I would say through my previous engagement with law enforcement, approaching a child, because all of my interactions was as a child, as a criminal rather than a victim has been a major issue. But after the disbursement of the first responders protocol, I witnessed remarkable changes in their approach to youth. So I would say that continuing in those efforts of recognizing a child as a victim rather than a degrading criminal really makes a huge difference.
Thank you. That's been a few years ago, but it hasn't really been that long ago as we think about it. The jurisdiction, the legal jurisdiction was with the probation department, which was really strange, we thought. And so we were part of the coalition that has brought it to the place where now the responsibility is with for child welfare. And so thank you, and thank you for being willing to share that. Let me go next to Nikki. Would you introduce yourself? Share with us, what are some of the biggest challenges you've encountered in building trust between law enforcement and community, and how have you addressed them?
Hello, everyone. I'm Nicole Palomino. I'm the captain of South Los Angeles Station for the LA County Sheriff's Department. I've been on the department for 26 years and been the captain at the station for a year now. And I just want to thank everyone for being here and taking time out of their day to discuss these very important life-changing topics. And thank you to the Civilian Oversight Commission for facilitating this. You know, that's a great question. And I think everyone in this room would agree that there are things that happen in law enforcement, not just with LA County Sheriff's Department or California police officers, but across the nation. And there are negative things that happen that impact all of us. I think when it comes to the public, it doesn't matter who does something wrong to tarnish their badge. It's all of us. And, you know, a lot of times things will happen and, you know, mixed or negative messages come out in the media, and sometimes those don't get remedied, or there's facts that are never revealed. And so it leaves a bad taste in everybody's mouth. And even on a smaller scale, whether it's a traffic stop or a call for service, you may or may not have a negative interaction with somebody, and that sort of taints the way that you look at law enforcement. And I can tell you, for me, I've spent the past year at the station taking the time to know my community. I attend all of my community meetings. I don't miss them. And on the ones where I'm not available, I make sure that law enforcement is there to represent my station. It is so important to me. It's near and dear to my heart. And I really take the time to listen to their concerns and to listen to their needs. And, you know, in one of my first meetings, I had one of my community members tell me, you know, we're really craving these interactions with deputies. We want the deputies to stop and say hi to us, and we don't get that. And so that's something that I conveyed to my deputies at the station. The community wants to know you. They want to meet you. They want to have conversations with you. They want to be open with you. And so what I did is I started a community relations team comprised of 4 deputies, so 2 two-man cars. And this has been in place now for 2 months. And one of my deputies on the team actually told me that the past 2 months have been more rewarding to him than anything that he's done on the sheriff's department. And that is a testament to how deeply they love their community and how much they're ready to sort of embody those 21st century policing styles, which I'm a huge purveyor of myself. Without going on too much, I know time is limited. I can tell you that I'm huge on transparency. I think that's a big issue. And what I started doing is these month-end reviews where I let my communities know what's going on crime-wise. I am not here to hide the crime. I'm here to let them know so we can work together to solve these problems. So every month I give them a very comprehensive printout of the crime stats and a little bit more detail than just numbers of what's going on in their areas. And it's been huge. It's been very instrumental in really opening up that dialogue and getting feedback. So in addition to that, I have also geared up our social media at the station, which is huge. I think that that's how most of us communicate nowadays. If it's not in person, it's over social media. So I want to continue to get as much information out through our social media. And I always welcome comments from the community, whether it's email, a phone call, in person. And I think that over the next year, there's going to be a lot more changes at South Los Angeles Station in terms of the way that my deputies view community relations. And I'm in the works of implementing a community relations component to our field training program.
Thank you. To your field training program.
Yes.
Great. So all different ways of communicating is what I'm hearing you talking about, so that people begin to see each other as people as opposed to categories, apparently. Thank you. Esprit. So if you would please introduce yourself and tell us your vision for establishing and sustaining a more equitable and collaborative relationship between communities and law enforcement moving forward.
My name is Esprit Lauren Jones. I am the current chair of the Community Police Oversight Commission in the city of Pasadena. We're a relatively new body, just started our 4th fiscal year. Goodness, I had a lot of things to think about, and I really wrote things out so that I can narrow them down. In the ways of things being equitable and sustainable, I think that when oversight in a jurisdiction is established, the true stakeholders need to be at the table. I know the term stakeholders is used often, but it's like, who does that include? I often ask our chief when we had stakeholder meetings, who was there? Was it a community member? Was it the organizations that put money into this or put efforts into that? Was it, city council? Was it the mayor? Who's the stakeholders? I think that the most important part in establishing, I don't know, in my view, because oversight is reactive, right? What drove the city of Pasadena to civilian oversight was the killing of Anthony McClain by a law enforcement member. I don't know how active law enforcement was in what does effective oversight look like for you. And going to NACOL and understanding how many folks who are retired or worked in law enforcement previously and moved to oversight and see things differently, I don't think that that opportunity was granted. So I think from that table of planning, the same way I feel like community members should be at the table when police department is getting new technology equipment, when there's new policies that are going to come forward that are going to shift the way things happen, the way we're policed in our communities, we should all be at the same table. So inviting them to the planning process, I think would be highly valuable and probably create something that's more sustainable. It gives us that opportunity to be collaborative in the beginning. And so it establishes that relationship as opposed to us being in year 3, going into year 4, and now we're being collaborative.
Thank you. So what I'm hearing you say is to have the people that we're actually here to serve participate in designing the services with full power, full engagement. Thank you. So I'm going to come back to each of you. Thank you for getting us off to a great start. I'm going to come back. Yeah. I'm going to come back to John. As you think about this, what would you say is the very best we could hope for from civilian oversight? What is it that we should be striving to accomplish through civilian oversight?
Wow. I think with the oversight, more transparency.
Yeah.
And I say that because I've been at a lot of oversight meetings, and we hear one side, and then we hear another side. When I say transparency, I think I'll give you a good example. We want the sheriff to answer questions that they don't have the answer for. For instance, where I was at one where we was talking about the medical. Well, the sheriff cannot answer questions about medical. We need public health who work in the sheriff department to answer those questions. So I think going forward, we need transparency if we're going to do oversight, we need all parties involved. You got the sheriff and whoever works under the sheriff, those folks need to be also answering those questions. So that's what I'm saying, we need more transparency.
All right. Thank you. And what I'm hearing you say is that it's not oversight of a person, it's working together for the transparency of the entire operation so that all the people that are involved would be participating in that.
That is correct. I mean, and that's not just on the oversight, that's also community.
Yeah.
And that's also reaching out, bringing those who live in the community also to the oversight committee.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me come back to you, Esprit. And so you might want to say more because I know you had a few more things, but as you think about what we would be striving for, and you talked about that a little bit when you talked about making sure that all the people that need to be engaged, fully engaged in the planning process, is there something else you would want to say about what we should be hoping for through civilian oversight, what we should be striving to accomplish?
Well, Mr. Gibson said something about it takes a village. And I don't know what that means to everybody in the room, but I believe that, and in part, the time that I grew up, I'm born in the 80s, raised with my grandparents. And so I understand like a more community-driven mindset where, the kids, we all walked home from school together. If somebody's parents wasn't home, somebody else was paying attention to what's happening with your kids while they outside playing, things of that nature. And so even for me, the same in the approaches from law enforcement should be that we're people and we approach people as people. For my own personal experience, I mentioned Anthony McLean being killed by a member of our law enforcement back in 2020. My daughter and I lived there. I heard the gunshots from my bathroom, and I had to tell my then almost 8-year-old, get on the floor so I can figure out what's going on outside. This happening in a space where it's residential, it's just before 8 p.m., it's summer, it's still light outside. We lived across the street from the park, it's people at the park. There's all these factors. It's not just that this young man died that day, it was community members that were already within the crime scene that couldn't leave. There was people who were mourning that gathered as news traveled that this young man had been shot. And even prior to, people that were getting phone calls and text messages that he had passed. As people gathered, law enforcement showed up in a way that was harsh with people who were mourning and literally in grief and in a lot of pain. And I remember saying, like, you're doing this with kids here? Like, but what if it was your child? If it was, if it's your family that was present to watch what was happening, would you want someone to treat someone as young as 3 in the park harshly, to be showing up with weapons like it's a riot, to have outside agencies that have shown up to be in support of, if it turns into something and it was literally 30 or so people, mostly women and children, nobody's armed, and you're coming out with full force. And for me, that's terrifying. My daughter then, because of what happened, not that she witnessed any of that, we kept the kids, in the house, and she would freeze in terror when she saw black and white. My uncle's retired law enforcement from our department. That's not okay for me. We come from a place where he and his colleagues in an earlier time did community policing. You may go to school with their kids, go to the same church, shop at the same grocery stores. There was a commitment to community in that. And I appreciate that you shared. People want these interactions with officers. I've heard that. I've heard that when a young man in that same area a couple months after Anthony was killed said to an officer, yo, you're the only one that's speaking to us about this investigation. You should come up and hoop with us. And he's like, nah, I don't want no problems. Like, they're not gonna like me. Like, man, just come up here in your shorts and hoop with us. It's cool. But there's this misconception that people that look like me don't want law enforcement present. No, we want you to treat us like people. We want to know who you are and you know who we are, so that we can just be people together. And I think that goes back to sitting down, planning together for what the structure of these things look like. So you look like, I'm not trying to make you the bad guy because something bad happened. How do we together make it better? Did I answer the question?
Write it down, put it in bold and italics so that we can just be people together.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me come back to you, Nikki. How can law enforcement better listen to and learn from the experience of those that have been most impacted by policing practices?
So that's a very important and very critical question. And I can say for myself and the deputies at my station, feedback. We need feedback, right? If we're behaving in a certain way that, we think is right, but the community perceives it different, you need to let us know. Much like Espri's, story with what happened to her, here she is sharing her story and giving us all feedback from her experience. And I don't know if that happens enough. I'm going to say it probably doesn't happen enough, and I would like to see more of that. If people constantly tell me, hey, you're great, you're doing a great job, and nobody offers me any criticism, I'm not going to get any better.
Yeah.
I'm just going to keep going down the path that I'm going, and maybe secretly, I'm not doing that great of a job. So I think feedback is critical. And then also, showing up to those community meetings and taking those steps to engage with me or the deputies and express your concerns and express what's going on in your neighborhoods. You have to get involved. You have to get engaged. And, that's why for me, it's so important to go to these meetings and build these friendships, build these relationships with everybody. And I really, really strive for transparency. Right now, our department is getting data through the Center of Policing Equity. And when that data comes through, I plan on sharing that with the community, and that will encompass a breakdown of uses of force versus race versus contacts. And I think it's going to be very telling for us as well as the community. So I look forward to that. But again, I'm going to hang my hat on community engagement. That's such a critical thing to do. And I know sometimes it's difficult to take that first step, but you have to do it.
Thank you. Feedback and showing up, perhaps even friendships. Thank you. Christiana, let me come back to you. What would you want to say about how law enforcement can better listen to and learn from the experiences of people impacted by policing practices?
To answer that, I would say prioritize and use voice, because a lot of times people focus on adults' perspective, but then people are quicker to place labels on adults due to their wrongful behaviors, such as criminals, and things to that nature. However, youth, on the other hand, they may have been impacted by the police in similar situations, such as my father was actually murdered by the Pasadena Police Department. So growing up, I kind of had like this thing against police to say, like, they're just bad people. If I'm just being honest, like, he was murdered when I was 4 years old, don't know anything about him, right? But it turned out to be a wrongful death, and I believe the Pasadena Police Department was sued. But I only share that to say that there's people like me that now in my role as the LA County Youth Commissioner and me going through life as I did as a survivor of human trafficking, I was involved with the police a lot, but I had this standoffish thing to them just off of something that happened in the past. So a lot of times my interactions with them probably weren't the smoothest, just based off of my own traumatic experiences. But of course, they wouldn't know that, right? And I'm not gonna just go off and explain that to every police officer that I encounter, right? So luckily for me, I am a female, and I've never been slammed and beat and abused by the police like I've seen some brothers encounter. But just think about things that they've encountered too, these young men, and how they're being handled as they grow up. Again, not making excuses for people, but prioritizing their voice, giving them the space and the chance to verbally express things that have happened to them, whether that's inviting them into spaces such as this or other hall meetings or things that you guys host, and really just letting them feel a part of the community rather than big me, little you. That's something that I've never really been a fan of and something that I advocate strongly against.
Yeah, thank you. And just go ahead and continue. Express appreciation for our panelists being willing to share from their stories and experiences. There's distinctive elements of everything that's been shared. One of the consistent elements has been communication. And that's true for us as well, which is why we're going to move into these table discussions. And so this, what I'm about to do right now, it's not a break. We're not taking a break. But what I'm asking you to do is to come and gather around the table. So we need to fill up the tables. If your table's already full, that's great. If your table's not full, then I need you to come and fill up tables. We want to make sure that we have space because we want to be able to hear from each other, and those who are in uniform are going to also disperse themselves among the tables as well. So come on up and do that. And I'm going to talk to you while we're talking about what comes next. And somebody's coming up, facilitator, and then there's going to be a report out from the table. Okay. But you're going to be at table 2. Okay? Listen. Thank you. Really?
No, for real. I'm hugging you after. I'm hugging you after.
Oh, yeah.
I tell our team all the time, like, girl.
All right, so go ahead and come on, make your way up. We've got lots of table space up here. I want to move us into what we're doing while you're coming. So come on up and fill the tables.
Not like those at all. But yeah, we ad hoc committee made a point to have some. Like,
Come on up, find a seat.
with our website, but that stemmed from, we need community engagement, but it kind of recommendation by our. So it's hard because it may not be set up where, I don't know, like what the.
Well, I get on.
Your mind spreading.
Different. And we directly had a recommendation of engaging community, so we have.
See,
We're evolving how that works.
this is the county.
Yeah.
All right. Let me have your attention as you begin to make your way to a seat. We are transitioning now to these roundtable discussions. You're going to have time to introduce yourselves in just a moment. But right now, I need your attention up here, please. So let me have your attention. All right, thank you. All right, so we will give you the opportunity to introduce yourselves, but let me tell you that the goal of these discussions is for you to exchange insights, perspectives, and best practices on civilian oversight models, to explore challenges in advancing effective oversight, and discuss strategies for engaging community members to strengthen oversight commission mechanisms, which is what we've been talking about up here. Okay, is there a table that does not have a facilitator? There's a facilitator, there's one. Does that table have a facilitator? Great, all right. There's one, okay, I think we have facilitators. Is there any table that does not have a note taker? If you do not have a note taker, please raise your hand at your table. Oh, you don't have a note taker? Okay, you're the note taker, okay. All right, so then I think we have the facilitators and note takers. All right, give me just a moment. Let me give you a little bit of instruction, and then we'll dive into this. All right, thank you. So you're going to have a few minutes. We're going to give you several minutes to discuss a couple of questions, and I'm going to share those questions with you. They'll also be on the screen. And after your discussion, we're going to have a short period, a very brief period to report out. But because of how short it is, we're not going to have time to hear from every single table. That's why there's a note taker at your table, because all the things that are shared are very, very important. We're taking notes. Those notes are going to be compiled. They're going to be shared in a report with the Civilian Oversight Commission. So those note takers are there and the facilitators are there. They are skilled and prepared to make sure that all the voices at the table are heard. We do want everyone to feel welcome to share as you wish. And so for that reason, we have established some community agreements. It's on. I thought it was on. There we go. Community agreement. See it on the right side, please. Focus on the topic at hand. Make space for everyone to speak. You want to make sure that you have a say, but you want to make sure that other folk are able to do that as well. Lean into and learn from discomfort. It was mentioned, I think, in passing at one place today, but we don't grow, we don't learn, we don't get better without challenge. That's the only way it happens. So let's lean into and learn from discomfort. That includes acknowledging and apologizing for mistakes and treating others how they ask to be treated, not how you would want to treat them or how you would want to be treated, but how they ask to be treated. We go with this? Yeah? They're community agreements, so we just need agreement. When I'm sitting on the exit row on the plane, the flight attendant wants a verbal yes. All right, we are ready to go. So to begin the roundtable discussion, your facilitator is going to support, I guess I need you to advance the slide again for us because this can't get this to work. Could you, there we go, thanks. So here's that first question. What steps can community members take to actively engage with law enforcement and influence oversight initiatives? We also have one other question. Would you advance the slide one more time, please? How can we ensure that discussions like this lead to actionable outcomes and not just dialogue? The original plan was we were going to talk about one and then I was going to stop you and talk about the other, but facilitators, you feel free to work on both of those questions. I'm not going to interrupt you. We're just going to take a number of minutes. I'll come around and give you a little bit of a warning, but you do have a little bit of time to work on these questions. Remember, we're taking notes. So all of what you're sharing is going to be captured and shared in a report back. All right, you may begin. Thank you.
That doesn't feel comfortable. So my name is. As well. Your pronoun.
Don Davis, Community President.
Spree Jones, community member, mother, someone who drives our police department nuts. But I know how to have conversations with command staff. Everybody else, I don't really care. It falls where it falls. I'm not somebody that's gonna not tell the truth.
All right, my name is Paul Smith, also a trained PD.
Take a couple of more minutes and then we'll have some report backs. All right, please take about a minute and then we'll hear from some tables. All right. All right, we're going to hear from some tables. As I shared with you, so we actually can do this with your cooperation. So if it's like not real long, we actually could hear something from every table. So if you would just, as I'm going to come to your table, I'm going to bring the mic so that everybody can hear you. And when you speak into the mic, I'm going to hand it to you. But when you do that, please hold it up like this, because this doesn't work. You want to go ahead and hold it up when you speak into it. You don't have to like do it like this, but just hold it up. And then we're going to ask you to share maybe one or two things. It's a key takeaway. We have a good set of notes, which we will compile and share in a report. So let me start with table 15. Who could share? Okay, you're going to share for the table. All righty. Pick a couple of the big things. Okay.
All right, how's it going, everybody? I'm Keegan Carmouche. I'm a USC student. I'm pre-law. So one thing we really harped on was getting to know each other. Officer Montoya mentioned that he stops, out in the community when people are walking the dog to have those conversations. But I did also hear when Officer Ryan Diaz mentioned that there is a negative stigma around the police. Some people say, fuck the police, but that can't happen in our community because we don't get anywhere with that. We need each other. There's two sides to it, but we have to become one. And there's no progress if we're not working together. Because if I don't understand the man next to me, then we're not truly neighbors. So how is that community? We have to both try to get to know each other on that personal level. And when things become personal, you care. And when you care, there's betterment. So on that note, that's as far as a community. But also, times are changing. This is a different time. We have to adjust. There's social media, there's all these other outlets, but we have to focus our attention and get other people involved, not just leaders in the community, but just anybody and everybody, educators, basketball players, your friend down the street who you like to ride bikes with, just everybody needs to be at these events, and we all need to be willing to take something from this. So when we leave these doors, we actually are bettering our community.
It's a curious, I pay attention to how we talk, because I think how we talk reflects how we think. And when we talk about law enforcement and community, that means they're not the same. Okay. So I heard community. There we are. That we're all in community. That's what I'm reinforcing and agreeing with what I heard y'all say from this table, because that's not the way we usually say it. Okay. Somebody from, great. All right. Just a couple of the big things.
Well, I do just want to note that it is a recurring concern of Angelino's that one of the reasons why there is a perceived gulf between law enforcement and community is because many law enforcement in Los Angeles County choose not to live in Los Angeles County. And I do just want to note that that is a reason for that perception. And that is a pattern that does give rise to some of those rifts. But to overcome the rifts, I think our table looked at the questions and examined, and I commend the two staff at our table who are Los Angeles County residents. Yes, part of the solution. Thank you, Lieutenant, and thank you, Deputy. Yes, we established that here. But I do just want to note that our conversation touched on a few, I think, specific areas that could achieve some degree of greater sense of community and collaboration. One point that was raised was, what about police stations or sheriff's stations as community meeting spaces? And there may be budget implications to that, but People go to libraries, people go to fire departments in some places like Glendale and others. People go to schools for community event spaces. What about police facilities as an opportunity, or sheriff's stations as an opportunity to have that kind of community buy-in and to build permeability and trust with the community, or rebuild trust in some cases? I just also, on behalf of the commission, I want to take to heart a point that I heard recurringly today, raised by Lieutenant Kitchen here, but two other people have shared this with me today as a commissioner. I just want to say, our commission meets on Thursday mornings, midweek, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. That is not community friendly. And on behalf of my commissioners, I just want to say, I will make a commitment in 2025 to be more community facing, and in the words of one of our LASD participants here, to meet the community where they are, to do consideration of evening meetings or Saturday meetings so that we can build that community and get the participation of community more meaningfully in the Oversight Commission's activities. And then one final point that I think was raised by our table was that we have to do more as a commission to make people aware of our existence. When informed members of the social worker professional community on staff with a state lawmaker are not aware of the existence of the COC, we have work to do, and we're a work in progress, but more communication, more publicity, more deliberate, not box checking, but deliberate efforts to make the community aware of the existence and the function and the request for participation and input of the COC is a commitment we will carry into 2025. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, so let's hear who would like to share something from this table. Okay.
Hey everyone, just two quick things that our table has talked about here in table number 2. One was in response to the first question, really looking at how we can engage community members proactively within law enforcement agencies through police advisory boards or community advisory boards to actually provide feedback on policy, practice, and procedure in real time. Not just having to go through an oversight body, but ensuring that there are effective groups grounded in community, facilitated by community, that can speak directly to the top brass at law enforcement agencies and help influence changes from within. The other part that I wanted to really raise was this desire to have oversight commissions and mechanisms not just be in opposition to law enforcement agencies, and to have a paradigm shift that really looks at oversight commissions and mechanisms as partners with law enforcement agencies, partners that have their own neutrality but work towards equitable solutions for all, so that it's not just them raising the issues, but it's also them working in partnership to resolve those issues through mediation or arbitration, or thinking through some of the collective policy issues and practice issues together. They're not just the watchdogs, they're the individuals that are trying to build bridges to community and help resolve the issues together.
Thank you. So we want to give an opportunity for this table. So who would share just a couple of things?
We had some things over there that were mentioned that John was talking about, oversight not being accessible to community and showing up. And I think that's really important. I appreciate that that was already said. So I'm just want y'all to know we talked about that over here too. We like that. And he specifically talked about oversight showing up in community spaces, in community meetings and things of that nature, not just shifting the time and availability in you guys meeting. I told him we have to do community engagement because we got a recommendation from the OIR group as well as PD to make those adjustments and make sure that we're connecting with folks. Captain, I really, really appreciated your perspective in how to engage, because it's not just being people and being in community together and understanding each other. It's really important, super important. But for community to take the responsibility to familiarize ourselves with what policies and procedures look like, could be something that we see in the, aftermath of a use of force situation, and we're going, that officer should be fired, they didn't do this, or they did that, and they didn't do this, and it's within policy, and community members don't understand the policy. Guess what? Take that time to understand the policy. If it's something that it feels so wrong that it's in with that it is the policy, then provide that feedback to your local law enforcement organization and be a part of those stakeholder meetings to have conversations about what change looks like. And that's for everybody to participate in, community members and law enforcement. Community members being afraid to file complaints because of the history between law enforcement and respective marginalized communities. Community members being brave enough to say, hey, this is what my interaction was. This is what didn't feel safe for me. This is what, how it impacted my siblings, my mom, my kids, whomever. And if we don't file complaints, if we don't provide that feedback, then they don't have anything to change. They don't have a reason to view you as the same kind of person they are, right? And so in that, being open to the feedback from community members, so you could go, okay, I see how I could have did that a little different. I see how I maybe could talk to you a little different. I've offered the suggestion of it being mandatory that I feel like all public facing folks should, and I didn't say this when we were talking, but taking a mental health first aid training course is 8 hours. It's not hard to go, okay, this person might be responding incorrectly. Let me change my approach. That's question one stuff, educate each other on policies. I'm not able to scroll down. Okay. There we go. Question two, strategic planning to develop actionable items. Follow-up is a big deal when there are complaints, or we're having conversations and meeting folks today, checking back in with folks that we're meeting today to how do we move this forward, or where are we on this, where are we on that, especially for oversight. I know that's something that Pasadena struggled with, like, oh, they came and presented about this and we had these questions or whatever, and we made these recommendations. Chief said they'd be implemented. City of Pasadena has a recommendation tracker on our website. So as PD implements any recommendations, be it from us, from our independent auditor, from OIR group, from any organization that is providing support in the way of providing recommendations to our department, you can go on the website and see, oh, here we are. It was recommended on this day. It's partially implemented. It's moving forward. This is where it is in progress. And I think that's something that everybody should consider. So, providing that transparency and unpin roadblocks, find ways to get their blessing and say yes. Make it a collaborative effort. Make it a collaborative effort.
So please join me again in expressing appreciation for the panel. Brittany needed to leave, but I told her that we were going to be expressing appreciation, and in your behalf, expressed appreciation to her for her willingness to be open about her story and experience. Thank you to all of you for doing that. We also want to say thank you to Executive Director Mosley and the team. Thank you very much for doing this and for all the work that happens to pull this together, and the people here in this facility as well. And I want to encourage you right now to give yourselves a hand for engaging in the day and the fruitful dialogue. Want to make sure that you know our transformative justice team. So Pierre, would you raise your hand, please? And Josh, raise your hand. And Paul, where are you, Paul? Yeah, right here, raise your hand. All right, great. And we are grateful for the opportunity to participate with you. On behalf of the Los Angeles County Commission on Human Relations, we commend you We commend all of you in your commitment and engagement in advancing human rights and improving resilient, healthy relations between community members and law enforcement. So we want to say thank you for that. I'm going to hand it over now to David Carroll, who is the director of the County Department of Youth Development. Here's David.
Not that old yet. All right, you all. Good afternoon. I am, I created remarks, about a week or so ago. Then I got here this morning and rewrote those remarks. And then after listening to people speak, I wrote them again. And I realized that I'm the only thing standing between you and possibly beating some of this 3 o'clock traffic. So I'm going to do my very best to wrap this up. Certainly want to express thanks to Executive Director Mosley for allowing me to be here. My name is David Carroll. I'm the Director of the Department of Youth Development. The question would be, what is youth development? My concern was that there would be a question about what does youth development have to do with what we're talking about today in the Civilian Oversight Commission. But I heard it, right? I heard how important youth voice was. I heard it in the panel. I heard it at our table. I heard it throughout the course of the day. But I think it's important to understand that what we are doing in youth development is reducing the pipeline that's leading to the adult system involvement in that cycle of school to prison pipeline. In youth development, what we do is we focus on keeping young people out of the system, and for those who are already involved in the system to reduce the harm that they experience and provide the opportunities for them to heal, to learn, and to return back to community as happy, healthy young people on their way to successful adulthood. The way we do it is through development, working with young people when they are not touching the system in the communities in which they live. We do it through diversion, and I want to thank the LA County Sheriff's Department due to their efforts and the efforts of some of the other larger police departments. We are referring double the number of young people to diversion that we were referring this time last year. We might get about 100 referrals a month at this point, and I want to tell you it's working, right? Contrary to the narrative and the fear that's out there, 95% of the young people that go through our diversion programs are not reoffending. 95%. So I want you to, if you don't leave with an awful lot from me today, I want you to understand that development and healing-centered approaches are not in conflict with public safety, right? Youth development is public safety, right? Youth development is public safety. The oversight, I was going to highlight some of the things, but I heard so much in the room. Oh, there's me. I didn't even see myself up there. Look, I aged in the last 2 years since I've been with DYD. It's dog years. Anyway, we are rooted in community, and we believe that nothing can be achieved unless it's achieved through community. The people closest to the problem certainly are closest to the solution, and I've heard that echoed throughout the course of the day today. I think just, 2 things I just want to kind of close with. One, it is better to build healthy children than to repair broken adults, right? Better to build healthy children. So what we need to do is certainly focus on giving them the tools that they need, second chances, third chances, so that they can make it into young adulthood and not face many of the pitfalls that we all see young people face on a day-to-day basis. And I'd be remiss if I didn't say, the second part, trouble don't last always, right? Trouble don't last always. This has been a tough week for many of us, and there's likely more tough days ahead. But now is not the time to abandon the healing-centered approaches and hide until 2028. Now is the time to double down on community-centered healing approaches to criminal justice. Let's not give up on the things that we know will work if given the chance. So with that, I want to say thank you. Thank you for allowing me to be up here, and safe travels today.